Chapter 2307. Xie Xiaoye struggled to hold on, complaining incessantly. If one was unlucky, even cold water would get stuck between the gaps of one's teeth. Ever since she came to the colored glaze civilization, nothing good had happened. First, she was captured into the mist forest as prey. Finally, she was rescued by Su Yu, only to be captured as a trial target. The cultivation of the two people in front of her was not worth mentioning, but they had an endless supply of doctrine artifact divine embryos and talismans. To her, whose cultivation and domain were both sealed, it caused her considerable pain. What made her feel even more aggrieved and pained was that she would be fine if she only defended herself. If she dared to fight back against the two of them, the three old fellows would definitely deal a heavy blow to her. She had become a living target, suffering unspeakably. Seeing that the unruly woman's attacks were getting heavier, Xie Xiaoye could not take it anymore. She used her strong physique to block the sword strike. The doctrine artifact divine embryo was sent flying by Xie Xiaoye's arm, hitting the woman's face. The woman was caught off guard. Her nose and mouth were bleeding from her own sword, and she squatted on the ground in pain. The three old fellows immediately pounced forward. One of them protected the woman, while the other two kicked Xie Xiaoye away like she was a straw doll. Xie Xiaoye rolled a few times in the air, clutching her abdomen as she groaned in pain on the ground. Her pale forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She looked like she was in extreme pain. Kill her. As if she felt that she had lost face, the woman flew into a rage out of humiliation and spoke with a sharp and ear-piercing tone. The two old men were not hesitant, preparing to kill her on the spot. Su Yu saw this and shook his head secretly. That unruly woman was as annoying as ever. Swoosh, since Xie Xiaoye was in trouble, he naturally could not stand by and watch. A long-sword fox swept out, causing the two old men, who were prepared to kill her, to turn around immediately. Together with the other old man, the three patriarch-level powerhouses acted at the same time, blocking the sword fox outside. "How dare you sneak attack us?" the unruly woman shouted angrily as she looked at the approaching human. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. Without a word, his right arm turned into a dragon claw, and he swung it across the air. Immediately, a power that struck fear into the hearts of the three patriarch-level Dowlords swept over like a powerful whirlwind. The three of them had to work together to dispel this power. Their eyes were filled with shock. The power of a single punch was enough to crush any one of them. If they really fought, the three of them would die within a few rounds. An expert. The human in front of him was definitely a top-notch expert. "Get lost," Su Yu shouted coldly. The unruly woman raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her waist. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" "I'm The three old men hurriedly covered her mouth and quickly brought her and the young man away. Even if the woman wasn't aware of Su Yu's power, how could they not know? If they really angered the other party, without any reinforcements, they would all die. The group of people fled in panic. Su Yu came in front of Xie Xiaoye and removed the seal on her body. As such, Xie Xiaoye immediately used the power of the Tao Lord in her body to heal her injuries, and the pain on her body was alleviated. "My abilities are still too weak." Xie Xiaoye was ashamed. She was too ashamed to look Su Yu in the eyes. He was saved by Su Yu once again. Su Yu stroked his chin and said, "At your level, I can't do anything to you. Isn't it very difficult to increase your abilities?" "Yes, apart from increasing my cultivation, I can only increase the power of the realm." Xie Xiaoye sighed helplessly. Her abilities were considered top-notch in the 7 unique civilizations, but in the colored glaze civilization, she was only considered mediocre. "I might not be able to help you increase your cultivation at the Tao Lord level for now, but I can still help you with the realm." Su Yu took out a pot of absolute beginning energy. Seeing this, Xie Xiaoye was shocked. "Primordial Qi? You? Where did you get it? This is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. Just use it well." Su Yu handed it over. Xie Xiaoye was surprised and delighted, but her emotions were very complicated. After a long silence, she seemed to have made up her mind. She let out a long sigh and said, "I don't know if I can repay you for saving my life twice in this lifetime. In the future, if you want me to do anything for you, Just say it. I'm already yours. She said it casually, but the veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. Don't say things that will cause misunderstandings. Xie Xiaoye was stunned. Only then did she realize the ambiguity in her words. She said mischievously, I didn't say anything wrong. I'm serious. I'm already yours. You can do anything for me. As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes. Su Yu was both angry and amused. Don't talk nonsense. Let's return to the imperial city of the Sleepless Empire. Looking at the time, it should be about time for the banquet. After some thought, Su Yu took out 2 invitations and handed the old man's invitation to Xie Xiaoye. Just nice, I have 2. All of a sudden, Su Yu realized that the old Taoist priest's invitation card had a holy and pure aura. This aura was exactly the same as the light divine deer's. He had always wondered why the light divine deer chose him out of everyone else and even took the initiative to impart techniques to him. Looking at the invitation, Su Yu had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be that the light divine deer sensed the invitation and mistook Su Yu for someone else? Who is that old man? Su Yu asked doubtfully. The light divine deer had lived for almost half an era. It had existed since the time of the first palace master of the Bright Palace. Its origins had always been a mystery. For the light divine deer to react to the old man's invitation, who could the old man be? Before we return, let's stop by a place, Su Yu said. Several days later, on the snowy peak, Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye stood side by side. What are we doing here? It's desolate and uninhabited. Xie Xiaoye looked around at the empty snowy peak. But Su Yu was shocked. Where's the temple? Where's the old man? There was nothing on the snowy peak. Even if the temple had been moved, there shouldn't be no traces. But the truth was that there was nothing, not even a speck of dust. From the scene, it didn't look like there had been any traces of a temple being built. For a moment, Su Yu wondered if he had come to the wrong place. But there was no mistake. This was where the temple was. Could it all have been a dream? Su Yu couldn't help but doubt himself. But the real invitation in his hand and the vivid memory told him that it was not a dream. Why did people die? Su Yu recalled the old man's question in his mind. He was inexplicably curious. Who was the old man? With unanswered questions, Su Yu returned to the imperial city of the Sleepless Empire. It just so happened that the banquet would begin in a few days. Once the banquet was over, he would focus on finding the time-fixing plate. He had already predicted that the time-fixing plate might not be easy to find. It would be best to strengthen his own cultivation. Su Yu immediately decided to go into seclusion to digest the antler of the light divine deer and complete the soul transformation. Go into seclusion with peace of mind. I'll guard you, Xie Xiaoye said. With her around, Su Yu felt much more at ease. After setting up a seal on the spot, he began the soul transformation. First, he mixed the antler and a few other ingredients into a snow-white spiritual liquid. After swallowing it, an incomparably gentle energy entered his body and seeped into his soul continuously. That comfortable feeling made Su Yu moan a few times in comfort. 90% of his soul transformation was rapidly transformed under the nourishment of the snow-white spiritual liquid. Golden spots of light expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 days later, his soul shone with a golden radiance. Su Yu also had a feeling that his soul was expanding. His soul had reached the limit of soul transformation and was about to complete the final transformation into a soul transformation. With a thought, he was about to transform his soul into soul transformation. Suddenly, the green stone slab in his arms spun out without warning and got stuck in his soul, preventing it from transforming into soul transformation. A wisp of vast, empty, and mighty voice reverberated in his mind. The 6th stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air will only be said once. Listen carefully. Su Yu's heart trembled violently. Ever since he had cultivated to the 5th stage, the cultivation technique for the 6th stage had never appeared on the green stone slab. It had been replaced by the Taishu Xian Palace inside. After such a long time, Su Yu had already given up hope for the 6th stage. Who knew it would suddenly appear? Moreover, it was personally taught by the Taishu Xian master, who had not shown himself for a long time. The sixth stage is taught orally. The technique is as follows. No wonder the green stone slab did not appear. The sixth stage was taught orally and not verbally. Su Yu's mind was unprecedentedly focused as he memorized the sixth stage technique without missing a word. An hour later, his eyes shone brightly. This was the sixth stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air, the undying soul realm. Upon reaching this realm, one's soul would be indestructible and comparable to a soul artifact. Not only was it extremely strong in defense, but it could also be used as a weapon to destroy the enemy. If the enemy's soul was not strong enough, wouldn't Su Yu have the upper hand if he fought with his soul? However, this realm was divided into upper, middle, and lower stages. A large number of souls were needed to successfully cultivate each stage. The reason this technique appeared at this moment was that his soul had finally reached the edge of soul transformation, barely reaching the level of cultivating the undying soul realm. A large number of souls. Su Yu's heart stirred as he entered the soul dimension. The number of souls he had imprisoned was not small. There were divine warriors of heaven and earth, half-step pathmasters, human demons, and even the second clone of Prince Xiaoyaro. There were nearly 100 of them. The sum of their souls was probably more than the monarch of the Sleepless Empire and the great palace master of the Palace of Light. Let's give it a try and see which stage I can reach, Su Yu said to himself as he closed his eyes and started to operate the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. At the beginning, Su Yu took out the soul of a divine warrior of heaven and earth and crushed it. The soul turned into a fluorescent soul, which began to surround Su Yu's soul along the route of the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. Too little. Su Yu clearly felt the process was sluggish, which meant that the soul energy absorbed was too little. Then, he crushed the souls of 10 divine warriors of heaven and earth in a row before he managed to operate the technique. However, after a small cycle of the technique, he felt sluggish again. Su Yu did not dare to stop. He crushed the souls of 30 half-step pathmasters and operated the technique again. Just like that, he continued to pour in higher-level souls to ensure that the technique continued to operate. Many souls in the soul dimension felt threatened and started to struggle. Among them, the soul of the second clone of Prince Xiaoyaro struggled the most violently. He roared ferociously and attacked the soul dimension with a portion of his strength. The outline of a small person could be seen protruding between Su Yu's eyebrows, as if it was about to come out. Chapter 2308. Su Yu, if you dare to touch me, I will make you beg for death. Xiaoyaro, son of heaven's soul, roared. The roar pierced through the soul space and reached deep into Su Yu's soul. His soul, which was about to be transformed, trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse. Even after being suppressed for so long, Xiaoyaro, son of heaven's soul, was still powerful. Back then, Su Yu had only managed to suppress him with the state of the holy mortal body. Now, he might not be able to do anything to him. No matter how he struggled, Su Yu kept his mind and methodically crushed the souls in the soul space so that the heaven's sun gazing at air could proceed smoothly. Time passed by slowly. 3 days later. The heaven's sun gazing at air had been circulated 4 times in his body. However, there were not many souls left in the soul space. Only 2 or 3 Pathmaster souls, the human demon, and Xiaoyaro, son of heaven's soul, were left. 9 great circulations to complete 1 circulation. I have absorbed so much soul power, but I haven't even reached half of it. Su Yu was amazed. At first, he thought he could break through to the middle stage of the undead soul realm. Now, it seemed that even the lower stages might not succeed. If he failed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He would have to wait a long time to find more souls. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu crushed the souls of several Pathmasters and used their souls to circulate. However, the circulation became more and more difficult. Their soul power had only circulated for half a cycle. Seeing that the circulation was about to stop, Su Yu had no choice but to crush the human demon's soul. The human demon's soul power was quite strong, comparable to the souls of several Pathmasters. He immediately started the circulation again and continued to circulate for half a cycle. Now, only Xiaoyaro, son of heaven's soul, was left in the soul space. The circulation had only gone through 5 cycles, and there were still 4 weeks left. He could only attack Xiaoyaro, son of Heaven's soul. Su Yu mobilized the soul space and tried to crush Xiaoyaro, son of Heaven's soul. Unexpectedly, his soul was as hard as iron. No matter how he mobilized the soul space, his soul was not damaged at all. On the contrary, as he struggled, his soul space was slightly damaged. Holy mortal body, it's still too early for you to kill me, unless you activate the state of the holy mortal body, otherwise, humph. Xiaoyaro, son of Heaven, sneered. Su Yu's eyes became gloomy. He saw that the movement of the technique was getting slower and slower, and it was about to stop completely. Suddenly, Emperor Xiaoyaro let out a shrill cry. A great number of white eyes appeared all over his body, and his entire soul melted into pieces at an extremely fast speed. Ah! What did you do? Stop it now. Xiaoyaro, son of Heaven's soul, roared in fear. Su Yu was stunned. He had not done anything. Heaven's son gazing at air. This is the divine technique of the Taishu master. That's impossible. The Taishu master died a long time ago. Su Yu's heart shuddered. It was the Taishu master. It was also the Heaven's son gazing at air technique, but the Taishu master was using it himself. Its power was too terrifying. Emperor Xiaoyao's soul, which he couldn't do anything to, was directly melted by the Taishu master. This was especially true when the Taishu master was only a remnant soul, yet he still possessed such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the Taishu master was at his peak in the last era. Perhaps, he would be on the same level as the human ancestor. No. I don't want to die yet. I have cultivated for more than 10 million years, and I will soon be able to get rid of my main body. I don't want to die yet. Xiaoyaro, son of Heaven's soul, let out an extremely unwilling roar. However, what awaited him was disintegration. After a moment, his form completely collapsed, and he became an endless soul fluorescence. Hurry up. The voice of the Taishu master came from the darkness. Su Yu's heart shook, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Taishu master, for your help." He immediately focused his mind and integrated the soul strength of Xiaoyaro Sun into the root of cultivation. Suddenly, the speed of cultivation increased by several times. A swelling feeling that was about to overflow filled his soul. What a dense soul strength! It's almost the same as the previous 100 souls. Su Yu exclaimed inwardly. This was only the second clone of Xiaoyaro Son of Heaven. If it was the first clone, wouldn't it be even stronger? How powerful would his main body be? Thinking of this, Su Yu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He closed his eyes tightly and tried his best to break through. 2 days later, all the souls had been exhausted, and Su Yu had only completed 9 great circulations. His undead soul realm had reached the lower level. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his soul left his body. He looked at his body, and they were exactly the same. There was no way to tell which was the soul body and which was the real body. Then, Su Yu tried punching out. The hundreds of snowy mountains in the direction of his fist were all smashed into pieces. The toughness of his soul was unimaginable. It had already surpassed the Pathmasters, and was close to the level of Xie Yian. Su Yu's body and soul were completely synchronized. When his soul returned to his body, Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. His soul body would definitely be of great use. After finishing his training, he calculated the time. The banquet should be held tonight. Su Yu came out of isolation, and after a brief discussion with Xie Xiaoye, he disguised himself and went to the banquet venue marked on the invitation. When he arrived, Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye were a little surprised. The banquet was held in Princess Qian Yu's mansion. Su Yu had heard of Princess Qian Yu's name. It was said that the monarch of the Sleepless Empire had 2 sons, a boy and a girl. Prince Lingtian was quite talented, and he was also quick-witted and calm. He was a good candidate to inherit the throne. But the monarch liked Princess Qian Yu the most. It was rumored that the princess was not talented, and her personality was quite bad. She was unruly, willful, and did whatever she wanted, but the monarch doted on her very much. This banquet involved the 8-star civilization conference, and such an important banquet was held in Princess Qian Yu's mansion. It was obvious that the monarch doted on her to the extreme. This Princess Qian Yu is very lucky, Xiaoya sighed. Su Yu shrugged. I think it's a curse, not a blessing. Why do you think so? With a near-perfect monarch brother in front of her, this princess who is under the protection of the monarch may be able to get whatever she wants now. But if the monarch dies one day, I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long. Xiaoya agreed. Strength is king, after all. She is too weak and will be eliminated sooner or later. This is the general trend. Nodding, Su Yu stepped forward, took out the invitation, and handed it to the banquet gatekeeper for inspection. The slight difference was that when Xiaoya took out the invitation, the gatekeeper's expression was relatively calm. But when he saw Su Yu's golden invitation, his expression was obviously more respectful, and he even nodded at Su Yu in greeting. That blue-robed middle-aged man is indeed extraordinary, Su Yu thought to himself. After the inspection, an old man looked at the disguises of the two of them and said with a gentle smile, "Esteemed guests, disguises are prohibited at this banquet. Please go ahead and disguise yourselves." Su Yu frowned slightly. He was fine. He had never committed a crime in the Sleepless Empire, so there shouldn't be any problems. But Xiaoya had been exposed by the golden-eyed Langjun and was now wanted by the Sleepless Empire. Wouldn't it be troublesome to appear in public at such an important occasion? Su Yu secretly transmitted his voice to her. Don't accommodate yourself. This banquet should be mainly for discussion. I'll pass on the contents of the banquet to you afterward. But Xiaoya looked at Su Yu mysteriously. What if I want to go? All right, Xiaoya said to the examiner without hesitation. Then, she took off the mask on her face, revealing the delicate and young face of a young girl. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes were as bright as the moon, her nose was fine, her lips were cherry, and her teeth were as white as snow. Her beautiful silhouette drew a stunning arc in the air. At first glance, Su Yu couldn't help but be stunned. In the past, Xiaoya could only be described as beautiful, but she looked like she was nearing her 30s and lacked the youthfulness of a young girl. In front of him, however, was the appearance of a young and beautiful girl. And she was indeed beautiful, even more so than Bai Yun Hongxian and Xue Mengfeiyu. Su Yu was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He secretly scolded, "I'm afraid your disguise can't fool their careful inspection." No matter how good a disguise was, it was maintained by cultivation techniques or treasures. If no one examined it carefully, it might be difficult to see through it. But if they were careful, there would always be traces to follow. However, what puzzled Su Yu was that after the guards checked, they nodded and said, "Remove the disguise. You are allowed to enter." How could this work? Xiaoya had hidden her skills after all. She was even very proficient in disguise techniques. Shaking his head in amusement, Su Yu accepted the inspection of the elders and was easily allowed to enter. The two of them entered. One was as handsome as a fairy, and the other was shockingly beautiful. Entering side by side naturally attracted a lot of attention. 81 tables were arranged in the banquet hall. Each table could seat 2 people. The tables in the middle and at the front were basically occupied by the people who had arrived earlier. Only a few tables in the corners were unoccupied. "Fairy, why don't you sit with me?" A rather handsome young man walked over with a smile. Xiaoya shook her head lightly, then quietly linked her arm with Su Yu's, indicating that she was Su Yu's partner and should not disturb him. The handsome man glanced sideways at Su Yu. After sizing him up, he shook his head slightly and sighed. What a waste of a beautiful flower. When he finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Several young men and women beside him, who were watching the show, burst into laughter. "Does Mr. Yarrow you also have times when the horse stumbles? Haha, I told you that the two of them have an unusual relationship, but you didn't believe me. How embarrassing. I think it's because that man is too handsome. He's overshadowing our Mr. Yarrow Yu's brilliance." The young man named Mr. Yarrow Yu sneered. "How can he overshadow me? In this world, power is everything. How can a half-step pathmaster like him be compared to me? That girl is still young and inexperienced. When she understands the cruelty of the world, she will know how wrong her choice was." The crowd roared with laughter again. They were a group of young men and women, and they were one of the few young people present. Even though they were chatting and laughing in such a solemn occasion, the middle-aged and elderly people around them all looked at them with tolerant eyes and smiles. They didn't seem to be complaining at all. Chapter 2309. Come, let's pick a quiet corner. Xie Xiaoye pulled Su Yu to the most remote table in the lower right corner. Su Yu pulled his hand away as if nothing had happened. Don't look for me for such things in the future. I'll be looked down upon for no reason. It was all thanks to Xie Xiaoye that he had been looked down upon like cow dung by Mr. Yarrow Yu. Hehe, how nice it feels to be clung to by a beauty. Look at how many people are looking at you with envy and jealousy. Xie Xiaoye rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes smiling into a pair of crescent moons. I'd rather no one look at me, Su Yu said lightly. As he spoke, Su Yu suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head to look, and his heart skipped a beat. At the entrance of the banquet, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man was Prince Lingtian of the Sleepless Empire. He was elegant and charming. He glanced around with a smile, not looking at Su Yu. But the veiled woman in the snow-white robe next to him was staring at Su Yu with a pair of sharp and deep eyes. Heartless Iron Hunter, Su Yu cursed inwardly. The west region was too small. How could he run into the Heartless Iron Hunter? However, there was no surprise in the Heartless Iron Hunter's eyes, as if she had already known that Su Yu had come to the colored glaze civilization. Heartless Iron Hunter, let's have a seat at the top. There was an empty spot at the table at the very front, reserved for Prince Lingtian. No, Prince Lingtian, please make yourself at home, the Heartless Iron Hunter said calmly. She walked over to the table beside Su Yu and sat down. She did not say a word, her eyes looking straight ahead. She had no intention of talking to Su Yu. Su Yu touched his nose guiltily. Out of everyone present, the Heartless Iron Hunter should be the only one who knew that Su Yu was from the Pirate Alliance. If she exposed him in front of everyone, Su Yu would probably end up the same way as Xie Xiaoye. Oh, the old lover you let go is here. Be careful, Xie Xiaoye, who had completely changed her appearance and was not afraid of being recognized, said gloatingly. She had always wondered how the Heartless Iron Hunter had escaped. After thinking about it several times, she concluded that Su Yu must have done it on purpose. He wasn't a lecherous person, but he had purposely revealed an impatient and perverted appearance to the Heartless Iron Hunter. Most likely, he wanted to use this opportunity to release her. Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. Old lover? Nothing had happened between them. However, Su Yu was indeed a little confused about Heartless Iron Constable's intentions. Heartless Iron Constable sat beside him without saying a word and did not expose him. What was she trying to do? Prince Lingtian was slightly astonished. Why would the Heartless Iron Constable run to such a remote corner? Looking at Su Yu, Prince Lingtian was confused. Do they know each other? After checking Su Yu's cultivation again, Prince Lingtian secretly shook his head. With a smile on his face, he gave up his seat in the front row and sat beside the Wuxin Iron Constable, patiently and warmly conversing with him. The Heartless Iron Constable sometimes answered, sometimes did not, appearing to lack interest. However, his gaze would occasionally drift toward Su Yu, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation. Prince Lingtian couldn't help but feel surprised when he noticed this scene. Does the Heartless Iron Constable really know that human who's a half-step Dowlord? That was impossible, right? What kind of existence was the Heartless Iron Hunter? The people he befriended were at least lords of 7-star civilizations, right? There shouldn't have been any interaction between her and this human. The princess has arrived. At this moment, the doorman shouted. Hearing this, a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in the depths of Prince Lingtian's eyes. How arrogant. As a prince, he didn't even have a doorman to greet him when he came from afar. Princess Chenyu had arrived so late in her own mansion, and she even ordered someone to greet her. As a prince of the Sleepless Empire, Prince Lingtian was very tired. He didn't understand why his father, the emperor, favored this useless sister of his, despite all his hard work. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Princess Chenyu appeared, dressed in luxurious clothes, under the guidance of several maids. Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye were also very curious about this famous Princess Chenyu, so they cast curious glances at her. Unexpectedly, both of them were stunned by what they saw. Wasn't that the unruly woman who had taken Xie Xiaoye as a trial target at the border? Moreover, when Su Yu had first entered the Sleepless Empire, he had met her once. "She's Princess Chen Yu?" Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye exclaimed in unison. Although their voices were low, it still attracted the attention of the heartless Iron Constable. She glanced sideways and said calmly, "So you know the princess. Do you need me to call her over to introduce you?" Su Yu hurriedly waved his hands. He couldn't wait to hide. How would he dare to meet her face to face? With Princess Chen Yu's stubbornness, she would probably lock Su Yu up on the spot. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. After Princess Chen Yu arrived, she first looked at Prince Lingtian's seat, but it was empty. She was very disappointed. It was the maid beside her who transmitted a message to her, pointing out that Prince Lingtian was in the corner. Princess Chen Yu looked over, and her eyes lit up. Her face was filled with joy, and she flew over with a smile. She said delicately, "Brother." Prince Lingtian had mixed feelings. He was both envious and jealous of Princess Chen Yu, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her. This was because Princess Chen Yu was very attached to her brother. Every time her father rewarded her with something good, she would share it with him. "You're here," Prince Lingtian said helplessly. Princess Chen Yu said, "Why are you sitting here, brother? Isn't there a special seat for you in front?" "This place is enough," Prince Lingtian said. Princess Chen Yu looked at the heartless Iron Constable who was sitting with Prince Lingtian, and she raised her eyebrows without hiding her disgust. Ever since the heartless Iron Constable had arrived at the Sleepless Empire, Prince Lingtian had been accompanying this woman all day. It was said that they even trained together, and their relationship was very close. What annoyed Princess Chen Yu the most was that it was said that her brother was very kind to her, but that woman was very cold and had never taken the initiative to do anything to her brother. This made Princess Chen Yu very upset, and she felt a sense of loss as if her brother had been snatched away. Seeing that Prince Lingtian had once again given up his special seat to accompany this woman in this corner, she was filled with jealousy. "You, move aside, I want to sit here." Princess Chen Yu pointed at the heartless Iron Constable, ordering her to move aside. The heartless Iron Constable stood up without a word, but she did not go far. Instead, she sat down close to Su Yu and said calmly, "Squeeze." A table for two, but 3 people were squeezed into it. Xie Xiaoye was immediately displeased. This heartless Iron Constable was too full of herself. However, in front of Princess Chen Yu, she did not dare make any noise. She could only move to the side to make some space. Su Yu lowered his head and moved to the side, thinking about the heartless Iron Constable's cunning. She must have seen that Su Yu and Princess Chen Yu did not get along, and was certain that he would not dare make any noise. What else could Su Yu do other than quietly move aside? Just like that, the 3 of them squeezed in. But Princess Chen Yu was very displeased. Her original intention was for the heartless Iron Constable to stay away from her brother, but she had actually squeezed into a neighboring seat. She did not dare vent her anger on someone like the heartless Iron Constable, so she could only vent it on Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye. "Do you two have any guts?" Giving way without a word. As she spoke, Princess Chen Yu suddenly stared at Su Yu, feeling that he looked very familiar. "You, raise your head," Princess Chen Yu ordered. Su Yu cursed his bad luck. He had thought that he could avoid this, but it looked like he could not. Now that things had come to this, Su Yu could only raise his head and reveal his face. "It really is you," Princess Chen Yu screamed, her face furious. At the border, after she had been chased away by Su Yu, she had been filled with anger. She was a dignified princess, and she could get whatever she wanted. But what about that silver-haired human? A few months ago, he had left her in danger, and now he was rudely interfering with her training. How could she take this lying down? After that, she had ordered people to investigate, but found that there was very little information about Su Yu, and it was very difficult to find him. She had never dreamed that Su Yu, whom she could not find no matter how hard she tried, would appear at the banquet held by her own mansion. Su Yu smiled sheepishly. "Oh, princess, it has been a long time." Princess Chen Yu was so angry that she laughed. "Men, arrest him." As expected, The stubborn princess immediately ordered people to arrest him when she found him. Prince Lingtian frowned slightly and stopped her. "Sister, please wait," Princess Chenyu said angrily. "Brother, you do not know how despicable this person is. He is always bullying me." Prince Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Given his sister's temper, if he did not go along with her, he would be bullying her. "Listen to me." Prince Lingtian was still rational and calm. There must be a reason why he was invited here. Do not be reckless. This banquet was not an ordinary one, and not just anyone could attend. Those who could attend were special people who had been approved by the royal family, and they had a certain degree of expertise in various aspects. To put it bluntly, everyone present was the future pillar of the Empire of Darkness. How could they be arrested willfully? "Brother, this person is too despicable. I must arrest him." Princess Chenyu had made up her mind, and her attitude was very firm. Prince Lingtian tried to persuade her again, but to no avail. He could only give up. He thought that Su Yu's strength was weak, and he could not be a very important person. If he gave up, then so be it. At that moment, the voice of a boy came from outside the door. "His Majesty the Monarch has arrived." Instantly, everyone stood up and faced the entrance respectfully. They lowered their heads slightly to show their respect. "At ease, my subjects." A gentle voice came into everyone's ears, soothing their nerves. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. This voice sounded a little familiar. He looked up and could not help but be stunned. Wasn't this the blue-robed middle-aged man who had given him the invitation? He was actually the monarch of the Empire of Darkness. "Father." Princess Chenyu threw herself into the monarch's arms and said pitifully, "Someone bullied me. Father, you must seek justice for me." The monarch was a little helpless. In such an occasion, anyone with the slightest bit of knowledge would not ruin the atmosphere. However, she was his most beloved daughter. "Oh, who is it?" the monarch asked. Princess Chenyu pointed at Su Yu angrily. "It's him. He bullied me last time, and now he is bullying me again. He is very despicable. Father, please seek justice for me." The monarch followed her gaze, and a hint of joy appeared in his dignified eyes. He quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "My little friend, you really came. I am very pleased." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent and stunned. Chapter 23:10. Does the monarch know Su Yu? Princess Chenyue's eyes widened. How could her father, who rarely came out, know a junior of unknown origin? Moreover, her father's attitude was a little abnormal. Now, he didn't have the dignity and demeanor of the monarch of the Sleepless Empire at all. Did he treat Su Yu as a distinguished guest? Prince Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Su Yu in disbelief. This inconspicuous human actually knew his father. To be exact, his father was very happy about his arrival. Moreover, even Wuxin Tai Constable's attitude towards him was slightly different. Just who in the world was this human? Su Yu recovered from his shock and returned the courtesy. "Thank you for the invitation, Your Majesty." "Haha, don't mention it. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." The monarch praised him again and again. His words caused many people to be surprised, but they were even more doubtful and jealous. The mature and prudent elders were fine with it, but the young people in the crowd were quite dissatisfied. Even the monarchs hadn't praised them like this, so why was it that a nameless quasi-Daolord was being praised like this? "Mr. Yarrow Yu, have you heard of this person? It's really unimaginable. How could the monarch treat him like this?" "I don't know him." Mr. Yarrow Yu looked at Su Yu coldly. "I guess it's probably because he's special." Although this statement was a little far-fetched, it barely made sense. The colored glaze civilization was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There might be a super strong successor among them. "I see. It's really nothing to rely on his identity and background." "Exactly. The most important thing to stand in this world is one's own ability. People like him who rely on their background can only show off for a while, but not forever." They made wild guesses and belittled Su Yu without knowing the truth, which was not in line with their status. Su Yu felt helpless. Even without looking, he knew that the monarch's words had caused a lot of hatred. "You flatter me, Your Majesty, Suyu said calmly. He was concise and did not want to talk too much. However, the monarch did not seem to understand Suyu's meaning. Not only did he not end the topic, but he also called Prince Lingtian and Princess Chenyu over. He said with a smile, "My young friend, let me introduce you to my son and daughter." Then, he introduced them to each other. And this is, he still did not know Suyu's name. "You can just call me Suyu," Suyu said calmly. "This is young Master Su, haven't you met him yet?" the king said. While Prince Lingtian was filled with suspicion, he did not reveal any of it on his face. Instead, he cupped his hands passionately and said, "So it's young noble Su, nice to meet you. After the banquet, if you have time, come to my mansion. I will definitely entertain you generously." On the other hand, Princess Chen-Yu's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. "Father, why aren't you standing up for me? This fellow is really going too far." Unexpectedly, the monarch, who had always sided with Princess Chen-Yu, reprimanded her. "Chen-Yu, don't mess around. I saw everything that happened. Young Master Su saved your life, but not only did you not feel grateful, you even spoke ill of him. Now, you even threatened to take revenge. What a disgrace." Being criticized by her father in front of everyone, Princess Chen-Yu immediately burst into tears. She whimpered, "Father doesn't like me anymore, woo, humph. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Don't embarrass yourself here." Seeing that Princess Chen-Yu did not repent, but instead became even more aggressive, the monarch's tone suddenly became stern and he began to punish her. When Prince Lingtian saw this, he was astonished to the extreme. What the hell is going on? His father's favoritism towards Princess Chen-Yu was almost like spoiling her. Ever since she was young, no matter how big of a mistake Princess Chen-Yu had made, her father would always turn a big deal into a small one. Now, Princess Chen-Yu was just acting coquettishly and refusing to admit her mistakes. How could he punish her? Prince Lingtian stared at Suyu, his eyes flickering with various emotions. "This human must have something that my father values." Only Suyu knew that he must have been discovered when he secretly used the space domain, so he was trying to recruit him. To be honest, if he had known that the middle-aged man in the blue robe was the monarch of the Nightless Empire, he would not have come to this banquet. He really did not want to be involved in the whirlpool of the big forces. "What? Reflect on my mistakes." Princess Chen-Yu opened her eyes wide, looking at the monarch in disbelief. He was actually punishing her for an outsider. Was there a mistake? "What are you waiting for?" the monarch scolded. His confidant saw that the monarch was really angry, and immediately carried the princess away. The noisy scene finally quieted down completely. Many of the old and experienced guests looked at Suyu in a completely different light. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. Xie Xiaoye looked at Suyu suspiciously. She had always felt that she could not see through Suyu, and she still could not. No matter where he went, he always brought surprises to people. The Wuxin Iron Constable was also deep in thought. When she first came to the Nightless Empire, she did not see the monarch take him so seriously. Suddenly, the Wuxin Iron Constable seemed to remember something and said softly, "I remember that the 9-colored heavenly senior who appeared out of nowhere 20 years ago was also a human named Suyu, right?" Those who heard this could not help but be horrified. It was said that in the depths of the western regions, there was a divine mortal body. He killed the sinful lady and destroyed Prince Xiaoyaro all by himself. His name was Suyu. What was even more coincidental was that he was a human. Many people looked at Suyu, deep in thought. But after a moment, they secretly shook their heads. What kind of person was that 9-colored heavenly senior? He could probably destroy any 7-star civilization with just a lift of his hand. If such a person wanted to enter an 8-star civilization, he could probably just barge in. Why would he need to attend this banquet and get information about entering an 8-star civilization? Those with a little bit of rationality abandoned this incomparably preposterous idea. Even the monarch, who took Suyu very seriously, smiled lightly. Even the Xiandao Palace would have to look up to such a genius. Why would he need to come to their small nightless empire? Suyu smiled lightly. "There are many humans, and I don't know how many people have the same name. If you think I am the 9-colored heavenly senior, I can shamelessly admit it. Hearing this, everyone smiled and didn't take it seriously. Xie Xiaoye's mouth twitched. Look at how smug he is. Is the nine-colored heavenly senior someone he can become just because he wants to? However, the Wuxin Iron Constable's incomparably deep eyes stared deeply at Su Yu as if he could see through everything about Su Yu. All right, everyone, please sit down. The monarch chatted with Su Yu for a long time. Seeing that it was getting late, he announced the official start of the banquet. The servants brought out exceptionally sumptuous treasures for the guests to eat. For a moment, the guests were in high spirits. However, everyone knew that this banquet was just a gimmick. The real focus was the news of gold entering the 8-star civilizations. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of wine, the monarch's face became solemn. He solemnly said, "Everyone, the entrance assessment of the 8-star civilizations that occurs once every 100 years is about to begin. This should be the last one." Everyone's heart suddenly sank, and even the atmosphere became gloomy. In less than 80 years, it would be the end of the era. By that time, the Western region would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations in the Western region would be the last one in their lifetime. We have no choice but to send more people into the 8-star civilizations at all costs to create a glimmer of hope for our future. The end of the era was a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. Now, that sharp blade was about to fall. "Your Majesty, please make the arrangements. All the clans of the Nightless Empire will listen to the orders of the monarch and strive to send all the hopeful people into the 8-star civilizations," an old man who looked like he was about to die said. The others expressed their determination one after another. They were determined and had the feeling of unity. In the face of death, even though they usually schemed against each other, they had no choice but to unite at this moment. The monarch said majestically, "I have received your kind intentions. Now, I will announce the information from the 8-star civilizations." Hearing this, everyone was excited. Every 100 years, the 8-star civilizations would use various methods to send information to the masters of the various forces. They would tell them about the recruitment this time. The quota for this recruitment is 100 people. The monarch's voice was high. Instantly, everyone was ecstatic. What? 100 people? In the past, there were less than 20 people. That's great. This time, we have great hope. It seems that the 8-star civilizations have also considered our situation, so they specially expanded the quota for recruitment. The monarch's expression did not change. He said again, "The time is 10 years later. The venue will be the Eastern region." Hearing this, everyone's expression slightly froze. The Eastern region was the most ominous place outside the region. As early as the beginning of the era, there had been a long war there, and countless powerful experts had died. Among them, there were no less than 10,000 lords of 7-star civilizations. There were even rumored powerful experts of 8-star civilizations who had died there. After many years, the Eastern region was filled with corpse energy, and it became an evil land. Any martial artist who entered, if their strength had not reached the level of a family leader, would find it difficult to return alive. That was because it had become a cursed land. Unless one was born and raised there, it would be very difficult for outsiders to adapt to the environment there. In the end, they would either drag a body full of evil energy or die there. For many years, the venue had been held in the Western region, Southern region, and Northern region. Theoretically, this year, it should be held in the Western region. Unexpectedly, it was set to be held in the Eastern region. The Eastern region, could it be that the 8-star civilizations made a mistake? Going there itself is a relatively dangerous thing, not to mention holding the recruitment there. An old man raised his concerns. Hearing this, the monarch sighed and shook his head. "I have already discussed this matter with the Palace of Light and the Pavilion Masters of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion. There is no mistake. It is set to be held in the Eastern region." Everyone's expression became much uglier. Holding it there was really not good news. Chapter 23:11. Everyone's heart began to pound again. Although the number of slots had increased greatly this time, the prodigies of the Northern, Southern, and Eastern regions had indeed shown explosive growth in the past 100 years. They had heard a lot of rumors about it. On the other hand, The Eastern Territory seemed too peaceful. Putting aside the other 8 top-notch Grade 7 civilizations, just the 3 major forces of the colored glaze civilization alone had not seen a surge of geniuses in the past 100 years. No matter if it was the Light Palace, the Nightless Empire, or the Sword-Seeking Pavilion, there had never been a situation where the number of geniuses skyrocketed. The only one he could bring out was probably the Lady of Destiny. Speaking of which, it's strange. With the arrival of Doomsday, the other 3 regions have all seen a surge of geniuses. Only our western region seems to have its luck stolen away, and there hasn't been any change. Someone sighed deeply. Many people agreed with him. Indeed, the western region seemed to have been deliberately sucked away by someone, and it hadn't developed for many years. So, although 100 slots are a lot, if we don't fight for it with all our strength, we might not be able to get much. If the entire western region could not get much, how much could fall into the hands of the colored glaze civilization's Nightless Empire? Only a handful, right? Taking a deep breath, the monarch said in a solemn voice, "In order to give our colored glaze civilization's Heaven's Pride cultivators more hope of winning, I have negotiated with the Princess of the Palace of Light and the Master of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion to open the colored glaze ancient cave of the colored glaze civilization and let all the Heaven's Pride cultivators who have a chance of winning cultivate inside for 5 years. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Opening the glazed ancient cave, is it true? Every time it is activated, it will consume almost 100 years of our entire civilization's accumulation. Monarch, is it worth it? If we really do that, the colored glass civilization will have a very difficult time in the future. The glaze ancient cave was a natural ancient cave where the glaze civilization existed. 1 day of cultivation inside was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation outside. Not only were there insights left behind by the colored glaze civilization's pathmasters, but there was also extremely rich Genesis chi. There were even ancient divine items that were beneficial for the pathmasters to raise their cultivation realm. However, opening the glazed ancient cave required an unimaginable amount of resources. In the past, it was very difficult for the 3 great forces to reach an agreement. Now, because the destruction of an era was about to arrive, they'd put aside their former enmity and intended to fight for it. If we can't survive the destruction of the era, what use is there in having so many resources? The monarch sighed. Everyone fell silent. That was indeed the case. They had no other choice but to fight. It's settled then. The country king said, "The opening of the glazed ancient cave will be in a year's time. Go back and make arrangements for the elites with hopes to enter the glazed ancient cave in a year's time." Su Yu's eyes flickered. It sounded like the glaze ancient cave was a pretty good place. Activating it once actually used up the Lazuli civilization's 100 years of accumulation. The colored glaze civilization was 100 times richer than the 7 ultimate civilizations. 100 times more accumulation was enough to create 10 7 ultimate civilizations, right? It had to be said that this was indeed a big move. However, it was a pity that Su Yu was looking for the star positioning plate, so he might not have the chance to go to the glaze ancient cave. The banquet ended just like that. Su Yu had indeed obtained a lot of useful information. 10 years later, in the eastern region, he wondered if the Pearl Corp's king had entered an 8-star civilization. If not, would he have gone to the eastern domain to participate in the recruitment? While Su Yu was thinking, Xie Xiaoye reminded him to come back to his senses, and he prepared to leave. "My little friend Su Yu, please stay." However, the monarch urged him to stay with a smile. Su Yu sighed silently. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to leave. He turned around and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "What instructions does the monarch have?" The monarch was all smiles, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. He said, "I know you are not from the Nightless Empire, but can you represent the Nightless Empire and participate in the war? If not, why would he treat Su Yu this way?" Su Yu was reluctant. He frowned and was about to decline when the monarch said, "My little friend, don't worry. I won't restrict you, and I won't ask you to do anything for the Nightless Empire. I'll just represent the Nightless Empire and participate in the war. Even if you really have the opportunity to enter an 8-star civilization in the future, you can come and go as you please." It doesn't matter if you help the Nightless Empire or not. Suyu asked, then what are you after? He didn't ask him to contribute anything, nor did he tie him to the Empire. It's because there's no one else in the Nightless Empire. With no one around, the monarch finally said what he found difficult to say. Suyu was silent. Compared to the Palace of Light, the so-called group of geniuses of the Nightless Empire was too disappointing. It was a fool's dream for them to get 100 places. Only with your participation can the people of the Nightless Empire be motivated and work hard. Then, there's a glimmer of hope for a place. If the few geniuses who weren't presentable faced powerful competitors, they would lose momentum from the very beginning. The competition would only get worse and worse until they were completely defeated. If there was a leader like Suyu, they could still give them a boost and fight for a place in the Glaze Ancient Cave. How about it? As long as you agree, all the resources in the Empire can be used by you, including the right to enter the Glaze Ancient Cave. Suyu was instantly tempted. He might not have the opportunity to enter the Glaze Ancient Cave, but Xie Xiaoye could definitely study there for a period of time. Sure. He would go to the East region to participate in the recruitment sooner or later. Representing the Nightless Empire was just a convenience. Hearing this, the monarch heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a stone had been lifted from his chest. How about this? You will temporarily stay in the palace from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. How about it? The monarch said. It was difficult to refuse the monarch's kindness. Moreover, Suyu really didn't have a place to stay. Thank you for your care, monarch. Therefore, Suyu and Xie Xiaoye moved and stayed in the palace. The safest place in the entire Nightless Empire was undoubtedly the palace, wasn't it? Suyu then secluded himself to study the information he had about the time-fixing plate. The last time the time-fixing plate appeared was 20 years ago. The Pearl Corpse King appeared in the Glaze civilization and led many zombies to snatch it. The location was the Bull King Mountain of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion. The result was that the Pearl Corpse King succeeded in snatching it, but after using it once, she planned to take the time-fixing plate away. In the end, the strong men of the entire Glaze civilization attacked together. In desperation, the Pearl Corpse King could only give up on the time-fixing plate. In the end, the time-fixing plate fell into the hands of the Great Palace Master of the Palace of Light. Seeing this, Suyu's face suddenly darkened. It could have fallen into anyone's hands, but it had fallen into the hands of the Great Palace Master of the Palace of Light. He had just come here after causing a ruckus in the Palace of Light. The Great Palace Master, whom he had never met, probably had a particularly bad impression of Suyu. Xiong Xiong borrowed the time-fixing plate from her. Wasn't that a fool's dream? If I had known this would happen, why would I covet the antler of the divine deer of light? Suyu smiled bitterly. No, he had to think of a way. After thinking about it, Suyu felt that he could only ask the monarch of the Sleepless Empire for help. Only he could borrow the time-fixing plate from one of the 3 big shots of the Glaze civilization. With that in mind, he set off for the Taichuan Palace where the monarch resided. Just as he was about to enter, he saw householder Qingyuan leaving the Taichuan Palace from afar. It's him. Suyu remembered the rumor that householder Qingyuan was Princess Qian Yu's teacher. He saw householder Qingyuan, but the latter did not notice him. He left with a face full of joy, as if he had obtained a great benefit. Suyu knocked on the door and entered. He saw the monarch leaning over the table, attentively reading the memorials. Greetings, Your Majesty. The monarch was slightly surprised. It had only been a short while since Suyu had come to see him. There must be something important. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so courteous. Is there anything you need? The monarch asked pleasantly. Suyu stated his purpose. Do you need the time-fixing plate? The monarch's brows furrowed, and he looked troubled. Suyu sighed silently. He knew he was being unreasonable, so he said, I can promise to do something for you, Your Majesty. The monarch pondered for a moment, then said, It's not that I don't want to help, but it's very difficult. In order to obtain the time-fixing plate, the Great Palace Master of the Light Palace sacrificed a lot. It's very difficult to borrow the time-fixing plate without paying any price. This was because the end of the era was imminent, and the three great forces had reached a temporary consensus. If it had been an ordinary hostile relationship, it would have been impossible. I can only give it a try, but I can't guarantee success, the monarch said. Suyu cupped his fists. It's only right. As a condition for helping you, I do need you to do something for me. The monarch's eyes flickered slightly. Go ahead, Your Majesty. The monarch said, my daughter's teacher, householder Qingyuan, was sent to the Glaze ancient cave to make preparations in advance. In the absence of a year, I hope you can temporarily serve as Princess Qian Yu's teacher. Serve as her teacher? Suyu shook his head at the thought of that unruly, willful, and arrogant girl. He said, I'm not qualified enough to serve as a teacher. I know that my daughter is unruly, stubborn, and difficult to educate, but I'll give you a special right, the monarch said reluctantly. Within a year, you can discipline her as you wish. As long as it's within the scope of a teacher's duties, you can discipline her in any way you like. Is that so? Then I can still try to teach her. Otherwise, with her temper, who would be able to discipline her? Sure, but I hope Your Majesty can agree to another condition. Please speak. You cannot see Princess Qian Yu for a year. Only then would Princess Qian Yu give up and obey him. The monarch couldn't bear to see his daughter. He was sure that his daughter would most likely suffer. However, the end of the era was imminent. Only by making her suffer would she have a chance of entering an 8-star civilization. Sure. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. That would be easy. I wonder what Your Majesty wants me to teach her. If it's about strength, my personal cultivation is almost the same as hers. I'm afraid I can't teach her well. The monarch waved his sleeves and closed the door. He even cast a special soundproof seal. To tell you the truth, my daughter's constitution is quite unique. Suyu wasn't too surprised. The monarch's favoritism for Princess Qian Yu was not without reason. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to neglect Prince Lingtian, who was perfect in all aspects, while taking care of Princess Qian Yu, who was mediocre in all aspects. She has the 9 divine body. Her. Suyu's brows twitched. Why does this constitution sound so familiar? Chapter 23:12. After pondering for a while, Suyu finally remembered that this was the constitution that Jiyu Taishu had cultivated with great difficulty. Suyu frowned slightly and said, forgive me for being blunt, but the 9 divine body evolved from the 9 spirit body, right? Once this constitution is cultivated successfully, it will display 9 divine laksana. This constitution is only useful for the Star River Overlord, right? Princess, you have reached the level of a half-path master. What is the use of this constitution? The monarch was surprised. You know about the 9 divine body? Yes, I had an enemy who had the 9 divine body. But that was a long time ago. The monarch came to a sudden realization and said, that's a coincidence. You even encountered a rare constitution like the body of 9 gods twice. After a pause, the monarch continued, you must be talking about the acquired 9 divine body. The acquired 9 divine body is divided into 2 parts. The acquired 9 divine body. The acquired 9 divine body is evolved by the owner of the 9 spirit body by devouring a large amount of blood essence of living creatures. The process is very cruel and goes against the natural order. Suyu nodded to show that he was listening carefully. The acquired 9 divine body is very limited. It can only cultivate 9 divine laksana at most. However, this is not the case. If the owner continues to devour blood essence, the acquired 9 divine body will continue to evolve. Oh! This was new to Suyu. He had never seen this in the relevant ancient books. Once the devouring is successful, the owner will have the 9 divine bodies, the monarch said seriously. The so-called 9 divine bodies means that once the owner becomes a pathmaster, he will have 9 great ways. His strength can be imagined. 9 great ways, 9 doctrine artifacts, 9 realms. His strength alone was probably comparable to a powerhouse at the level of the patriarch. This was considering that the 9 great ways were relatively ordinary. If the great ways he cultivated were extremely powerful, his strength would be far beyond the family master's level. He might even reach the top level like Xia Yian. Your enemy had better be dead. If he is still alive, you will be in big trouble in the future, the monarch reminded Su Yu meaningfully. Su Yu said calmly, "If he is still alive, he better pray that he doesn't meet me. Otherwise, he would kill him every time he met him." "Just be careful," the monarch said. "My daughter has the acquired 9 divine body. This god body doesn't need to swallow creatures' blood to cultivate, but it's also very difficult to cultivate." The monarch frowned and said, "She needs to rely on continuous fighting to stimulate the transformation of the 9 gods' body. The process is very slow. If she didn't have such a physique, then with her natural talent, she would have become a Dao Lord a long time ago. Perhaps she would have broken through even earlier than Big Brother. How could she have fallen to this day and been unable to break through to become a Dao Lord for so long?" Su Yu nodded in understanding. "Wasn't he? According to the standards of a normal person, if he only cultivated 1 Dao, he could already be called a Dao Master. His body and soul had already undergone Dao transformation. His spatial laws had also undergone Dao transformation. He had even cultivated a spatial domain. However, because the other 7 laws hadn't been able to attain the Dao for a long time, he couldn't be considered a Dao Lord, and he could only be considered a half-step Dao Lord. Who would have thought that the unruly and untalented Princess Qian Yu would have such a constitution? No wonder the monarch was so biased and protective of her. Compared to her, the seemingly perfect Prince Ling Tian was indeed slightly mediocre. "You want me to train him?" Su Yu understood the monarch's intention. The monarch nodded. "Yes." Su Yu was puzzled, so he asked, "If you want to train yourself, you can just find any strong martial artist, right? Why did you specially ask me to come here?" Putting aside everything else, just the guards of Princess Qian Yu were more than enough for him to hone his skills. You may not know this, but training requires the activation of the 9 gods' body. Once the 9 gods' body is activated, my daughter will be in great danger. There was once a master of the family who was injured by the 9 gods' body and died. Therefore, no one in the know is willing to be the training partner of the 9 gods' body, and his training has been stagnant for a long time. During this period, only the monarch dared to spar with Princess Qian Yu in the state of the 9 gods' body. However, he was busy most of the time and had little time to spend with Princess Qian Yu. "Does your Majesty think too highly of me?" Su Yu thought to himself. Even a master of the family had died tragically. Wasn't he afraid that something bad would happen to him? The monarch laughed. "You have mastered the spatial domain. In terms of escaping, I am no match for you. It should be the safest for you to spar with her." Su Yu wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the time-fixing plate, he had to agree. Although he was taking a risk, the monarch must have paid a huge price to borrow the time-fixing plate for him. "All right, when do we start?" "Now." "1 more day means 1 more chance for her," the monarch said. Su Yu nodded. "All right, I will go to the princess mansion now. Please remember my request. During this period, you must not see Princess Qian Yu." After they had agreed, Su Yu was led by the monarch's trusted aide, an elder in a green robe, to the princess mansion. He saw Princess Qian Yu squatting in the yard, facing a wall. However, she did not think about it. Instead, she held a little person in her left hand and a needle in her right hand. She kept poking the little person. The name Su Yu was clearly written on the chest of the little person. "Stupid Su Yu, I will poke you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until you die," she muttered as she poked the little person. The elder in the green robe appeared. When he saw the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. He cast an embarrassed look at Su Yu. "Mr. Su, this is the princess's temper. Please don't take it to heart." "Don't worry, of course I won't take it to heart. Not at all." Su Yu laughed softly. Since he had decided to be Princess Qian Yu's teacher, he would take it seriously. When a student poked a teacher, it had to be dealt with strictly. Cough, cough. The elder in the green robe coughed dryly. "Princess, His Majesty has issued a decree." Princess Qian Yu immediately turned around and said resentfully, "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. My father doesn't love me anymore." The elder in the green robe braced himself and said, "Princess, His Majesty has issued a decree to arrange a new teacher for you." "A new teacher? Who is it?" Princess Qian Yu's interest was piqued. Since she was young, Only householder Qingyuan had been her teacher for a period of time, before her 9 divine body was discovered. Then, no one would be qualified to be her teacher. Why would a new teacher suddenly be found for her? It is Mr. Su. The elder in the green robe stepped aside, revealing Su Yu behind him. When Princess Chen Yu saw Su Yu, her eyes widened. She could not believe her ears. What? He is my teacher. This is the monarch's decree. Seeing the princess's reaction, the elder in the green robe had the foresight to distance himself from the two of them. Princess Chen Yu shouted, "Has my father gone mad? How could he arrange for him to be my teacher? No, I want to see my father. I want to ask him for an explanation." Princess Chen Yu felt like an abandoned child. The elder in the green robe said, "His Majesty is busy with official business and has not received any guests for the past year. In addition, Mr. Su has been granted special privileges by the monarch. He can command all the people and resources in the princess residence, including you. Without Mr. Su's approval, you cannot even take half a step out of the princess residence." What? Princess Chen Yu could not believe it. How could her father give such a crazy order? Didn't this mean that she was completely under Su Yu's control? If Su Yu had any evil intentions and did something to her, she would not even have anyone to protect her. The decree has been conveyed. I will take my leave now. The elder in the green robe was actually quite happy. All these years, the princess had been acting like a tyrant, causing the entire empire to be filled with resentment. However, the monarch doted on her, and no one dared to do anything to her. Now, someone was finally going to punish her. After the elder in the green robe left, Princess Chen Yu glared at Su Yu angrily. "If you know what's good for you, leave the princess residence immediately. Otherwise, humph. Otherwise what? Otherwise, the entire princess residence is filled with my trusted subordinates. Be careful, or I will make you suffer." Su Yu stood calmly with his arms crossed. "Then try me. You said it. Don't regret it." Princess Chen Yu laughed coldly. "Guards. Swish, swish, swish." The 3 elders, who were at the level of family masters, who were protecting her, as well as 10 ordinary pathmasters. They surrounded the princess to protect her. "Chase him out," Princess Chen Yu ordered. The group of people obeyed Princess Chen Yu's order and were about to attack. However, Su Yu calmly took out a golden token. The golden light it emitted was extremely dazzling, causing the group of people who were about to attack to stop in their tracks. They knelt on the ground in fear. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Princess Chen Yu took a deep breath. "Why is my father's identity token in your hands?" There was only one such token, and the monarch rarely left it with him. Only on special occasions, when he was unable to go personally, would he order someone to bring the token. Seeing the token was like seeing the monarch in person. No matter how loyal the princess's subordinates were, how could they disobey the monarch? "Of course it was given to me by your father," Su Yu said calmly. He looked around at the people kneeling on the ground and said, "Guards, tie the princess up." What? Princess Chen Yu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was a dignified princess, so how could she be tied up? Who dares? Princess Chen Yu was furious. Su Yu looked at them calmly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as disobeying the monarch. Only then did they stand up hesitantly and walk towards Princess Chen Yu. "How dare you?" Princess Chen Yu said angrily as she shrank back. However, Su Yu had the monarch's token in his hand. Who would dare disobey his orders? Even if they offended the princess, they could only bite the bullet. "We have offended the princess." A group of people stepped forward and tied the princess up. The princess was so angry that she struggled wildly. However, her whole body was tied up like a dumpling. She stumbled and fell to the ground, face down. "You bastards! I will not let you off." Su Yu was expressionless. He said calmly, "Hang me up." To teach a person, one had to first teach them how to behave. How could someone as rebellious as her be taught? The people could only follow Su Yu's orders and hang Princess Chen Yu under the eaves. "How dare you? I'm going to complain to Imperial Father and have your heads chopped off." Princess Chen Yu was so angry that she glared at the crowd. How dare you? Su Yu's eyes were calm as he said, "This is just the beginning. Your Highness, don't be too impatient." Hearing this, the people around them felt a chill in their hearts. What does this Su Yu intend to do to the princess? Chapter 23:13. Su Yu, I'm not afraid of you. Princess Chen Yu shouted angrily. Su Yu looked at her calmly. I was fortunate enough to see their fog forest when I was in the Palace of Light. They put criminals and prisoners there and left them to their own devices. The people of the Nightless Kingdom knew about the famous dense fog forest. It was said that many ferocious Pathmaster level beasts were kept there. You want to build a fog forest? Haha, it's useless. There aren't many Pathmaster level beasts in the Nightless Empire. Princess Chen Yu scoffed at Su Yu's idea. Su Yu smiled faintly. There aren't many Pathmaster level beasts, but there are many half-Pathmaster level beasts. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Princess Chen Yu. Several balls of dragon power were injected into her body, blocking the meridians that were circulating the desolate power. Someone, remove all the treasures on her body. Several female cultivators stepped forward and forced themselves to remove Princess Chen Yu's clothes, leaving her with only her undergarments. All the treasure-level ornaments on her body were taken away. Bring all the half-Pathmaster level beasts in the palace here. Under his command, the people of the princess's mansion were all under his command, and everything was arranged quickly. Half a day later, Su Yu held a small cavern world in his hand. The space inside was only 1/5 of the size of the fog forest. Similarly, there were only 1/5 of the wild beasts. Roar, as soon as the cavern world was opened, the hungry and irritated roars of the wild beasts could be heard coming from inside. Many of the wild beasts were killing and devouring each other. Everyone's hearts were pounding. Wasn't this too dangerous? The princess's desolate power and treasures were sealed, leaving only her physique. However, her physique was only at the level of a half-Pathmaster, not much stronger than the wild beasts inside. She would be in great danger if she had to face two wild beasts at the same time. While they were thinking, Su Yu had already picked up Princess Chen Yu and tossed her into the cavern world. Ah, Su Yu, I won't forgive you. Roar! Roar! A series of excited roars drowned out Princess Chen Yu's angry roars. Her appearance was like food to many wild beasts, so they naturally chased after her. The pitiful Princess Chen Yu was only left with her physical body. However, competing with a savage beast in terms of physical strength was no different from displaying one's slight skill before an expert. She had no choice but to hide here and there, trying her best to get rid of the beast. She had thought of begging for forgiveness from Su Yu, but her pride prevented her from lowering her head to Su Yu. For several days, she was exhausted from running around. This space was simply too small, and there were too many savage beasts around. It wasn't long before Zhongxian was discovered by the savage beasts, and he had no choice but to flee for his life. For several days in a row, she didn't even have a way to restore her strength. She could only rely on picking wild spiritual herbs to barely restore her strength. I can do it, I can definitely do it. Princess Chen Yu was exceptionally stubborn, and she refused to bow her head. However, how many days could she endure without sufficient replenishment? Finally, a few days later, due to his lack of stamina, he was no longer able to escape the pursuit of a group of savage beasts. He was surrounded and forced into a corner. Princess Chen Yu gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I am the princess of the Nightless Empire. Does Su Yu really dare to feed me to the beasts? He'll definitely make a move when I'm in trouble. With that in mind, she raised her head and looked out of the cavern world with a sneer, as if to say, do as you see fit. However, she would never have guessed that Su Yu was not observing the cavern world at all. Instead, he was leisurely practicing by himself, unaware of Princess Chen Yu's current situation. A few martial artists who were observing the cavern world turned pale with fright, and said in a panic, Mr. Su, the princess is in danger, save her quickly. This cavern world belonged to Su Yu, and they could not control it. All they could do was watch anxiously. However, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. It's not time yet. If he wanted to teach Princess Chen Yu, he had to teach her the meaning of respect. She was a student who was not afraid of anything, and even a deity couldn't teach her. When is the time? Are you waiting for her to be bitten to death? The 3 elders who had been guarding the princess all year round glared at him. The princess had been hunted for more than 10 days, and she had suffered so much. If she was hurt, then they would fight Suyu to the death. Moreover, if Princess Qianyu was killed, would they still be alive? They would be executed by the monarch. So be it, Suyu said calmly, not caring at all. At worst, he could bring her back to life. What was so difficult about that? You are making trouble. The people were furious when they found out that Suyu did not care about the princess's life at all. Suyu took out the token of the monarch quietly and said indifferently, "From now on, everyone is to leave this small courtyard, and no one is allowed to approach it under any circumstances. Otherwise, you will be punished for deceiving the monarch." They were shocked and angry at the same time. Suyu was too audacious. "I will report you to the monarch." The 3 elders who were guarding the princess swung their hands angrily and left in panic. The rest of the people also left, dissatisfied with Suyu's method. How could he treat the princess like that? Suyu shook his head secretly. Although the monarch doted on the princess, the excessive protection of the people around her was also partly due to the princess's stubbornness. They seemed to be protecting the princess, but in fact, they were harming her. Without real experience, it was impossible to be reborn. Go to hell. At this time, a strange change occurred in the cavern world. Princess Qianyu, who had been cornered, finally activated the 9 divine bodies in her body. 9 majestic ancient gods, visible to the naked eye, came out of her body and attacked the group of beasts that were attacking her. Wherever the gods passed, a large number of beasts were crushed to death. The power of each of the gods was no less than that of a pathmaster. If the 9 gods joined hands, the pathmaster, who was at the level of a family master, would be in danger. However, the power of desolation in Princess Qianyu's body was sealed, so she could not maintain the status of a god for a long time. In just 3 breaths, the god collapsed. The fleeing beasts sensed the situation and surrounded Princess Qianyu again. Pairs of hungry eyes stared at her with desire to devour her. Then, they rushed over to her. Princess Qianyu's face turned pale, but she firmly believed that Suyu would not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely save her at the last moment. Roar. The furious roars were so close to her ear that they made her eardrums vibrate, and an incomparably fishy wind blew in her face. What followed was the excruciating pain of her arm being torn apart. Moreover, it was not only in one place, but in many places. She was being attacked and devoured by the group of beasts. Ah! Save me! Quickly save me! At this moment, Princess Qianyu felt the first fear in her life while suffering from a heart-wrenching pain. However, no one came to save her. The scene of Suyu appearing in her imagination did not appear. Instead, all she saw were the beasts pouncing on her. Princess Qianyu was completely flustered, and she cried out, "I was wrong, I was really wrong." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her, and the excruciating pain caused her to lose consciousness and sink into an eternal coma. She knew that she was going to die. Moreover, she was going to die in such a ridiculous manner. In the outside world, Suyu had already arrived in front of the cavern world. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and in his left hand was Princess Qianyu's personal magical treasure. In the center of his palm, a jade-green light was hovering. Resurrection, he muttered softly, and the jade-green light continued to expand, condensing blood vessels, bones, and flesh from nothing. The last complete Princess Qianyu was lying in front of him. Her arms were wrapped around her body, and she was shivering. Her face was filled with pain, as if she was still immersed in the moment before death. "Wake up, get up," Suyu said with a faint smile. Princess Qianyu was taken aback, and she opened her eyelids a little in fear. What she saw was no longer the gaping mouths, but the blue sky, and the face of a silver-haired human. For the first time, she felt that the silver-haired human's face was very kind, and for the first time, she felt that this world was bright and precious. Am I not dead?" Princess Qianyu sat up, and examined her unscathed body. Her heart was filled with confusion. Even the most precious medicine and the best healing methods could not heal her body in such a short time, right? The stronger one's body was, the more difficult it was to recover from injuries. How did Suyu do it? Moreover, she had a strange feeling that this body did not belong to her. It was as if it had been remade. In the past, due to years of training, her body had accumulated some minor problems, but now, they were all gone. It was as if she had been reborn. Suyu calmly put away the cavern world, and glanced inside. The group of beasts was still feasting on Princess Qianyu's body. If you want to die, I can send you in to experience it again, Suyu said calmly. Princess Qianyu shuddered. Even if it was an illusion, a nightmare, she did not want to experience it again. The feeling of being eaten by the beasts was too real, too painful, and too horrifying. Just thinking about it made Princess Qianyu shudder. She looked up at Suyu, and there was still anger in her eyes, but more than that, there was fear. Most of the arrogance she had in the past had disappeared. Fortunately, you did not die in vain, Suyu said, looking at her reaction. I was thinking of letting you in a few more times. Ah, don't. I don't want to go in again, Princess Qianyu said hurriedly. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall from her eyes. It seemed that this cavern world had left an unforgettable impression on her. Suyu shook his head secretly. She had too little experience. Which real divine expert had not experienced despair many times? However, since she was afraid, it would be much easier for him to teach her. Do you still acknowledge me as your teacher? I do. I do. Princess Qianyu replied immediately, afraid that Suyu would throw her in again. Suyu nodded. Come with me. The two of them came to the training field of the princess mansion. Suyu withdrew the dragon power from the princess's body, and released the desolate force. Make your move, use your best attack. Princess Qianyu felt like she had been reborn after regaining the desolate force. Looking at Suyu, a hidden anger flashed in the depths of Princess Qianyu's eyes. I am best at the 9 divine body. Once I use it, you will either die or be seriously injured. Make your move, Suyu urged. Chapter 23:14. Good. Teacher Su, please be careful. Princess Qianyu smiled mysteriously and decided to give Suyu a big surprise. The body of 9 gods. Immediately, 9 kinds of divine Laksana appeared in her body and attacked Suyu at the same time. Each of the divine Laksana was comparable to an ordinary pathmaster. If the 9 divine Laksana attacked Suyu at the same time, Suyu would definitely be defeated or even seriously injured. It was time to let Suyu taste the pain. However, the scene of Suyu being beaten down did not happen. Suyu stood where he was and did not even move his feet. He just stretched out his arm casually. Immediately, his arm was covered with a layer of scales and turned into a dragon claw. After that, he patted the 9 Dharma projections and repelled all of their attacks. How is this possible? Princess Qianyu was dumbfounded. She was the clearest about how powerful her Dharma idol was. Even the clan master level powerhouses had to be extremely careful in order to avoid it. However, Suyu was able to repel them with just one hand. He was just a half pathmaster. How could he have such a terrifying body? However, what drove Princess Qianyu crazy was that after Suyu repelled the divine Laksana, he did not stop. Instead, he frowned slightly. You are much weaker than I thought. The road of tempering is long and arduous. Before he came here, he was worried that the divine Laksana would be in danger. Now, it seemed that the body of 9 gods was far from being able to threaten Suyu. As he spoke, he took the initiative to attack the 9 divine Laksana. Every time he attacked, the divine Laksana trembled slightly. Its body was constantly changing as if it was about to be destroyed. The 9 divine Laksana and Princess Qianyu were connected. When they were hurt, Princess Qianyu also felt pain. Gritting her teeth, Princess Qianyu said reluctantly, again. The 9 divine Laksana roared angrily and attacked Suyu from all directions. However, their attacks were like raindrops falling on Suyu's body. They could not hurt him at all. After dozens of rounds, Princess Qianyu was covered in sweat and her lips were trembling. It was obvious that she was in great pain. Suyu sighed and had to stop. She had just experienced the pain of death and was affected by the divine Laksana. If he continued, her body would not be able to bear it. We'll continue tomorrow, Suyu said. Princess Chen Yu asked pitifully, "Tomorrow? Can you wait for a few days?" Su Yu silently took out the cavern world. Princess Chen Yu's face paled, and she quickly said, all right, let's continue tomorrow." Princess Chen Yu shuddered at the sight of this cavern world. In the following days, Su Yu sparred with Princess Chen Yu's 9 divine body every day. Under Su Yu's crazy destruction and sharpening, his god's law was much more solid than before, and the power it released was also slightly stronger than before. Now that they had joined forces to attack him, Su Yu needed to take them seriously in order to resist them. Unfortunately, Princess Chen Yu was in great pain all day long, so she didn't pay attention to the changes in her god body. On this day, after the sparring session ended, a few guests came to the princess's residence. Princess Chen Yu hugged her shivering body and asked Su Yu, "Can I go and meet him?" "Go ahead." Now that they had finished exchanging pointers, Su Yu would not interfere with her normal activities. In the guest hall of the princess residence, Princess Chen Yu was receiving a group of young elites. Young Master Yarrow Yu was one of them. "Princess, why haven't you come to the Heavenly Cloud Tower recently to spar with us?" Mr. Yarrow Yu asked with a smile. In the past, Princess Chen Yu would spar with the elites of the Nightless Empire in the Heavenly Cloud Tower. However, in the last month, Princess Chen Yu had not stepped into the Heavenly Cloud Tower even once. Therefore, Mr. Yarrow Yu and the others came to visit. Princess Chen Yu said, "It's a long story. Recently, I have a new teacher who is very strict with me. Without his permission, I can't go out." Many young elites were amazed. Who didn't know that Princess Chen Yu was a fearless existence in the Nightless Empire? Who could discipline her? It must be a powerful senior of virtue, right? Everyone thought so, and they couldn't help but feel respect for her. "I see." Mr. Yarrow Yu said regretfully, "The recruitment of the 8-star civilization is imminent. We, the members of the Nightless Palace, need to practice harder." The Light Palace had the Emissary of Light, and the Nightless Empire had the Nightless Palace, which gathered the strongest elites of the Nightless Empire. Mr. Yarrow Yu and the others were the members of the palace. Moreover, Mr. Yarrow Yu was the top-ranked member. His ability was the strongest among the elites of the Nightless Empire, and he had always ranked first in previous spars. Princess Chen Yu sighed and said, "It's a pity that I'm restricted and can't go to the Heavenly Cloud Tower to spar with everyone." Mr. Yarrow Yu said with a smile, "Why do we need to go to the Heavenly Cloud Tower? Isn't it better for us to participate in the princess's residence?" Hearing this, Princess Chen Yu was tempted. She had always been very focused on practicing martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met Su Yu twice during spars. "As long as you don't mind working hard, you can stay in my residence and spar with me." Princess Chen Yu was eager. Soon, under Princess Chen Yu's arrangement, they entered the training field and began to spar with each other. The first to attack was Mr. Yarrow Yu. His ability was worthy of the first place. His cultivation was at the level of the Master of Light, and his doctrine artifact and realm had taken shape. He easily suppressed the other members of the Nightless Palace. His ability was roughly equivalent to Kong Chu of the Emissary of Light. Princess Chen Yu, who was watching from the side, secretly admired him. Mr. Yarrow Yu was indeed very outstanding and rare among his peers. In previous spars, even when she displayed the 9 divine body, she was still quickly defeated. After a round of sparring, Mr. Yarrow Yu looked at Princess Chen Yu and said with a smile, "Princess, how about we have a spar?" Princess Chen Yu couldn't have asked for more. She said, "Haha, I hope Mr. Yarrow Yu will go easy on me. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat you." "Haha, no problem." Mr. Yarrow Yu laughed. He thought to himself, "I should go easy on Princess Chen Yu when the time is right. I can't let Princess Chen Yu lose too badly." The two of them came to the center of the training field. Faced with a tough opponent like Mr. Yarrow Yu, Princess Chen Yu immediately displayed the 9 divine body and waited for him. Mr. Yarrow Yu said with a smile, "Be careful, Princess." Princess Chen Yu nodded and began to spar with Princess Yu Yu. Mr. Yarrow Yu's eyes flickered. He was prepared to attack with all his strength and gain the upper hand before going easy on Princess Chen Yu. In this way, People would see that his ability was far superior to Princess Chen Yu's, and they would understand that he was going easy on Princess Chen Yu. Mr. Yarrow Yu released his domain and attacked with his Dao tool. According to his previous experience, this all-out attack should be able to force Princess Chen Yu's 9 divine body to retreat. 10,000 demons devour the sea. Cloud Dao Needle. Princess Chen Yu's expression turned solemn. She prepared herself for her god projection to be forced back. Bang! Bang! However, what astonished Princess Chen Yu was that not only did her god projection not retreat, it even smashed through Mr. Yarrow Yu's domain and sent his Dao tool flying. The remnant energy even forced Mr. Yarrow Yu, who was caught off guard, to retreat again and again. He almost fell to the ground. The expressions of the onlookers also changed. What was going on? Did Big Brother Yarrow Yu go easy on Princess Chen Yu? That should be the case. Otherwise, Princess Chen Yu wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Really, Big Brother Yarrow Yu, he doesn't show any mercy to us. He only has tender feelings for Princess Chen Yu. Hearing their words, Princess Chen Yu felt relieved. No wonder. However, only Mr. Yarrow Yu knew that he didn't go easy on Princess Chen Yu. Princess Chen Yu's god projection was much stronger than before. Although each god projection didn't have any special changes, there were 9 of them. When they were stacked together, the changes were quite obvious. However, Princess Chen Yu didn't notice it. Mr. Yarrow Yu crawled up from the ground. He felt very dispirited. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his first place. Mr. Yarrow Yu, why don't we call it a day? I think you must be too tired from the continuous fights. Princess Chen Yu was quite disappointed. She really hoped that Mr. Yarrow Yu wouldn't show any mercy. He would attack mercilessly like Su Yu. That would be helpful for his cultivation. However, Princess Chen Yu didn't want to go all out. Mr. Yarrow Yu coughed lightly and said, I was a little careless just now. If I have a chance to fight next time, I won't go easy on you. It was obvious that he wasn't as good as the princess, but he still wanted to flatter himself. I've troubled you today, princess. Let's meet again another day. Mr. Yarrow Yu cupped his fists and said his goodbyes. When he left the Princess Manor, he took a deep look at the Princess Manor and thought to himself, the Emperor has really found a powerful teacher for Princess Chen Yu. It has only been a month since I last saw him, but her 9 gods physique has already evolved to such an extent. How terrifying. He predicted that the next time they met, he wouldn't be a match for Princess Chen Yu. After Princess Chen Yu finished her fight, she passed by a small courtyard and saw Su Yu quietly reading a communication jade scroll. She couldn't help but snort angrily. He had made her suffer for a month, and she didn't get anything out of it. What kind of teacher is this? Su Yu didn't know that the princess had fought with someone else. He was reading the jade scroll carefully, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was the message that the monarch had just sent. The content of the jade scroll was that the Nightless Empire and the Palace of Light were going to have a friendly exchange between the youths of both sides before the opening of the Glaze Ancient Cave. The main participants were the emissaries of Light and the Nightless Palace. On the surface, it was obviously a martial arts exchange, but in reality, it was to discuss some specific cooperation matters in the Glaze Ancient Cave. There were dangers in the Glaze Ancient Cave, so both sides hoped to reach a cooperative state and take care of each other in the Glaze Ancient Cave. This friendly exchange was to lay the foundation for this. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to be friendly. Su Yu laughed. The emissaries of Light had been suppressing the Nightless Palace for years and had always looked down on the Nightless Palace with a superior attitude. Why would they lower themselves to be friends with the Nightless Palace? Forget it, let's see what happens to them. Su Yu shook his head and looked at another message from the monarch. A smile flashed across his face. Chapter 23:15. It was unknown what price the monarch had paid, but the palace master of the Light Palace had decided to lend the time-fixing plate to the Nightless Empire. At that time, it would be brought to the Nightless Kingdom by the Radiant emissaries for this friendly exchange. Finally, Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. He had found the time-fixing plate and was able to inquire about the whereabouts of the Sinful Lady Palace and revive Yunya's soul. Thinking of this, He was looking forward to the friendly exchange that would take place in a few months. Since the monarch had kept his promise and borrowed the star positioning plate, Su Yu would naturally teach Princess Qian Yu more diligently. In the following days, Su Yu accompanied Princess Qian Yu to hone her 9 divine body during the day, and at night, he seized the time to consolidate the undying soul state. One day, Xie Xiaoye came to visit. Is there a need to be so serious about teaching that unruly princess? Xie Xiaoye had actually come many times, but every time she came, Su Yu was training the princess in seclusion. Su Yu said, I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be loyal to him. I have a clear conscience. Looking at Xie Xiaoye, Su Yu asked, Are you not comfortable living in the palace? No, I heard a piece of news, so I came to tell you. Xie Xiaoye said, I heard that the Nightless Temple in the city is preparing to hold a sparring session among the prodigies of the Nightless Empire. Su Yu's gaze was indifferent. He was not interested in the sparring session that they were holding. Su Yu didn't even care about young Master Yarrow Yu's power, so their duels were meaningless to him. Xie Xiaoye's eyes flickered and she said, I know you're not interested in their spars, but do you know who will be participating in this sparring session? I know him. There must be a deeper meaning behind her question. Snow Dream Flying Rain. Su Yu was slightly surprised, but he didn't show any more surprise. Because not long ago, he had seen this woman at the border. What was strange was that she was able to freely enter and exit the military camp of the Palace of Light, and the general of Xianhua's clan seemed to be extremely secretive about this. You've seen her before? Xie Xiaoye asked curiously, reading something from Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu nodded and told him about the incident at the Palace of Light's military camp. Xie Xiaoye's face was full of suspicion. What are they planning to do this time? It's one thing for golden-eyed Langjun to become the vice president of the local Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, but how did his daughter get involved with the Palace of Light? Su Yu's eyes flickered fiercely. Golden-eyed Langjun had actually become the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's vice president. Why? Based on his experience in dealing with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, everyone in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was greedy and insatiable. The price that an outsider had to pay to become their vice president was probably unimaginable. Golden-eyed Langjun was just an ordinary patriarch-level Dao Lord from the 7 ultimate civilizations. Could he afford such a high price? He deeply doubted this. This pair of father and daughter are really plotting something. The uneasiness in Su Yu's heart became even stronger. If they were in another civilization, Su Yu could ignore them. However, this was the colored glaze civilization, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing when it involved himself. If that's the case, I will have to attend this sparring session personally. Su Yu's eyes flickered. The next day. As usual, Su Yu was sparring with Princess Qian Yu. When the sparring ended, Princess Qian Yu hesitated and said, Teacher Su, I would like to take a day off. Why? I have an important sparring session tomorrow, and I would like to attend it. Teacher Su, please allow me. Su Yu calmly said, Sure. Princess Qian Yu was secretly delighted. This new teacher was very sensible. Unexpectedly, Su Yu changed the topic and said, But you must bring me along. He had been worrying about how to arrange things for Princess Qian Yu, and he hadn't expected her to receive an invitation as well. Ah! Princess Qian Yu's face stiffened. She didn't want the world to know that she was being disciplined by a teacher. Fortunately, Su Yu said, But I won't be attending as your teacher. That's great. Oh, I'll follow your arrangements. Princess Qian Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Su Yu said, I'll attend as your friend. Yes, Teacher Su. The teacher and the teacher made some preparations and headed to the West Wind Tower in the Imperial City the next day. The tower was already filled with invited geniuses, with Mr. Yarrow Yu as the leader. Prince Lingtian had also come as a prince to support them. The friendly exchange in a few months was related to the honor of the younger generation of martial artists of the Nightless Empire. How could they not take it seriously? Upon closer inspection, Su Yu discovered that even the heartless Iron Constable rarely showed up. She sat quietly in a corner, holding a scroll in her hand as she carefully read through the cases. She seemed out of place with the atmosphere. The princess has arrived. The servant of the West Wind Tower announced loudly when he saw the princess's carriage from afar. Everyone was excited. After all, she was the emperor's most beloved princess, and she was a member of the knightless Ming Palace. Naturally, she was welcomed by everyone. Mr. Yarrow Yu wore a bright smile as he took the initiative to go downstairs and welcome the princess. The curtains of the carriage were opened by a servant girl, and Princess Chen Yu stepped out first. "Princess, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling," Mr. Yarrow Yu said with a smile. Princess Chen Yu nodded and jumped out of the carriage. However, she did not follow Mr. Yarrow Yu's invitation to go upstairs. Instead, she waited beside the carriage. "Princess." Mr. Yarrow Yu looked at her with a puzzled expression. At that moment, another youth stepped out of the carriage. It was Su Yu. Seeing him step out of the princess's carriage, everyone present could not remain calm. What's going on? How can the princess's carriage be used by others? That's not right. Why would the princess come with this human? What the F***ck? Who does he think he is? How can he share a carriage with the princess? Even the heartless iron constable put down his scroll and looked at Su Yu with a thoughtful expression. Prince Lingtian was also surprised. The royal family had strict rules, and his sister's carriage was not for ordinary men to ride. Mr. Yarrow Yu, who was beside him, was the most shocked. This silver-haired human, whom he had always regarded as unremarkable, had been warmly received by the emperor, and now he was riding in the princess's carriage. As far as he knew, outsiders were not allowed to ride on this carriage, especially men who were not part of the royal family. Mr. Yarrow Yu frowned and asked, "Princess, who is this person?" Princess Chen Yu was very reluctant to introduce Su Yu, but she had no other choice. So, she asked, "Did you forget about him at the banquet the other day?" Su Yu. Mr. Yarrow Yu did not want to know his name. "Princess, he and you are friends," Princess Chen Yu said briefly and guiltily. Could friends ride in Princess Chen Yu's carriage? They had been friends with the princess for many years, but they had never seen the princess allow them to ride in her carriage. This human called Su Yu had, in just a few days, gained the right to do so. It was difficult for Mr. Yarrow Yu not to be jealous. But on the surface, he was very generous. He said with a smile, "So it is Mr. Su. Look at my bad memory. Please." He thought to himself. This human was too famous, and he did not care about the members of the knightless Ming Palace at all. The previous banquet was fine, but this time he was participating in the sparring session in such a high-profile manner. "I'll make him suffer a little later." Su Yu could tell what he was thinking, but did he care? The group went up to the west building. "Princess, please." Princess Chen Yu was naturally treated like the moon, and she was escorted to the most distinguished seat. Mr. Yarrow Yu turned to Su Yu and smiled apologetically. "There are no more seats here. Please help yourself, Mr. Su." Su Yu looked around. Wherever he looked, all the young talents raised their necks, or crossed their legs to occupy the empty seats, or looked at him with hostility, telling him not to come closer. The whole building was full of seats, but there was no place for Su Yu. Mr. Yarrow Yu saw this and laughed inwardly. There will not even be a seat later, and you still want to participate? But at that moment, a calm and sweet voice floated over. "Mr. Su, if you do not mind, you can sit here." Everyone looked over, and their expressions became unnatural. It was the heartless iron constable, who did not fit in with the crowd. She brushed the long bench beside her with her sleeves, making room for Su Yu. This scene once again made everyone's hearts feel very conflicted. The famous heartless iron constable was someone they had racked their brains to befriend, but she had not even responded. All they had received was her usual indifference. In the whole of the Knightless Empire, the only person who had successfully approached the heartless iron constable was Prince Lingtian, but it was said that she was also very cold to Prince Lingtian. In this sparring session, she had even refused Prince Lingtian's request to sit with her. She had occupied a corner by herself, silently reading through the files. Who knew that she would give up her seat to Su Yu? This made everyone extremely depressed. What was so good about this silver-haired human? Why did it seem like all the big shots treated her specially? "Why don't you come over to my seat?" Another voice floated over. Everyone looked over, and their eyes could not help but flash with a deep sense of amazement. Who is this? So beautiful. I think she was there when I attended the monarch's banquet. She seems to be the companion of that silver-haired human, right? What a waste of God's gift. Such a beautiful woman is actually a companion of the human race who can't even be seen in public. It turned out that Xie Xiaoye had already anticipated that the sparring session would not go smoothly, so she had come in advance to reserve a seat. Su Yu thought about it and chose to sit with the Heartless Iron Constable. He had some questions to ask the Heartless Iron Constable. Xie Xiaoye curled her lips. You value a lover over a friend. But she still stood up quickly and came to the side of the Heartless Iron Constable. She looked at her with an unfriendly gaze. Mr. Su is a decent person. Don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand, okay? Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. Wasn't this sentence the one that would cause others to misunderstand? Unexpectedly, the Heartless Iron Constable looked at Xie Xiaoye and calmly said, It's not the first time we've met, so there's no need to call me Miss Leader Xiaoye. Suddenly, Xie Xiaoye's body stiffened, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Heartless Iron Constable actually knew her true identity. Su Yu was also secretly shocked. What keen observation skills. The three of them sat down and chatted with each other. Mr. Yarrow Yu looked at Su Yu deeply. She was very unhappy, but she had more important matters to attend to. She invited the princess to sit down, then asked with a smile, Princess, did your teacher not come? Hearing that, Princess Chen Yu, who was in a good mood, stiffened. She laughed dryly. My teacher. Quite busy, haha, her teacher was right across from her. That's a pity. Your current teacher must be a master who has reached the acme of perfection. If he were willing to come and give us pointers, it would be a great help to our training, Mr. Yarrow Yu said regretfully. His words stunned Princess Chen Yu. She thought to herself, is he talking about Su Yu? Chapter 23:16. She really could not understand why young Master Yarrow Yu would have such an absurd opinion. Moreover, wasn't Su Yu right in front of him? Mr. Yarrow Yu's attitude toward Su Yu was the exact opposite of how he would treat a Daoist expert. As she thought of this, she looked at the corner where Su Yu was and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Yu was squeezed between the two women, yet he was still happily chatting with them. Could such a person be considered a Daoist expert? Young Master Yarrow Yu must have misunderstood something. Su Yu acted as if there was no one else around. Under countless envious gazes, he asked the Heartless Iron Detective, as the Heartless Iron Detective who swore to rid the world of filth and establish a world of light, wouldn't it go against your conscience to sit together with two pirate leaders? The Heartless Iron Constable's expression was tranquil. She stretched out a finger, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine on her slender jade-like finger. Instantly, a clear shadow was cast on the ground. Where there is light, there will be shadows. Under the light, there must be darkness. It is unavoidable. The Heartless Iron Constable said, The only thing I can do is to sweep away the great evil. Otherwise, even if I have 1,000,000 incarnations, I still won't be able to fulfill my wish. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed. He had once thought that the Heartless Iron Constable was too naive. What are you laughing at? The Heartless Iron Constable stared at him. Su Yu nodded. You are different from what I imagined. The corners of the Heartless Iron Constable's mouth curved into a smile as he said, I must be very pedantic in your imagination, right? Understood, Su Yu replied. Actually, he was still a little pedantic now. Did the great evil have anything to do with her? What good would it do her to punish the wicked? With this kind of energy, wouldn't it be better to cultivate alone and increase one's strength? But, it is precisely because of his pedantry that he is worthy of respect, Su Yu said slowly. This was also the reason why he was willing to save the Heartless Iron Arrester back then. Xie Xiaoye moved closer and wrinkled her nose. Aren't you afraid of being called a busybody? The Heartless Iron Constable caressed the dossier in his hand and said indifferently, What does it have to do with me if the world condemns me? I only act according to my heart. What does it have to do with me? Xie Xiaoye's lips wriggled, but she didn't continue arguing. She felt ashamed of her own inferiority. They were both women, but one was righteous, while the other was willing to wallow in the mire with pirates. He paled in comparison. "All right, thank you for your mercy, heartless iron arrester." Su Yu cupped his fists at him. The heartless iron constable said indifferently, "Didn't you also let a horse go?" Su Yu was not surprised. With the insight and intelligence of the heartless iron arrester, he might not have realized Su Yu's good intentions at that time, but he would understand it after calming down. "I have something to ask the heartless iron arrester." "Please go ahead. How much do you know about golden-eyed Langjun?" The Wuxin iron constable put away the file in his hand, and looked at Su Yu with his clear eyes. "What do you want to say?" "I feel that this person is too shrewd and ambitious. Recently, I sensed that he appeared in the Nightless Kingdom, so I am worried." The heartless iron constable's expression became a little more solemn. He drew a soundproof enchantment around him as if nothing had happened and said, "To be honest, I have been reading the files of the golden-eyed Langjun recently. I have some guesses about his intentions. It's just that I can't tell you yet." Su Yu was shocked. As expected, the Wuxin iron constable's source of information was very rich, far surpassing Su Yu's. She must have obtained a lot of secret information. "If you need help, you can contact me." "Thank you." Just as the conversation ended, a beautiful figure in a snow-white robe entered the West Wind Tower. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. It was Biyun Hongxian. Her appearance stunned all the men present. After all, she was one of the two most beautiful women in the 7 unique civilizations. Mr. Yarrow Yu's eyes lit up. He took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "Fairy Biyun, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please take a seat." Biyun Hongxian smiled and nodded. She was about to follow his gesture when she saw a familiar figure in the corner. Looking sideways, Biyun Hongxian was startled, but then she revealed a look of joy. She walked forward with light steps and curtsied. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time." Everyone was stunned again. Mr. Yarrow Yu's smile froze on his face. "It's the same thing again. Why does every important person seem to know Su Yu?" Many people, including young Master Yarrow Yu, had a misconception that they were too ignorant and ill-informed and didn't know that Su Yu was actually such a famous and influential person. The monarch was very courteous to Su Yu, and Princess Qian Yu even shared a carriage with him. He had a mysterious relationship with the famous Heartless Iron Hunter, and even Biyun Hongxian, who had recently arrived at the Sleepless Empire, knew Su Yu. It must be because they were too ignorant. Haha, everyone's hearts were in a mess. Su Yu's eyes were calm, and he gently nodded his chin. "How have you been?" "I'm fine. But Mr. Su, my father and I left in a hurry and didn't inform you. I didn't expect to see you again in the Sleepless Empire after 10 years. Biyun Hongxian was very emotional and happy. The excitement and joy in his eyes were genuine and not concealed. "It's all right. The Pirate Alliance has been disbanded, and I have escaped. Thank you for your concern, Miss Biyun." Biyun Hongxian's eyes were apologetic. That day, her father's plot was exposed, and she had no choice but to take away the core members of the family. There was no time to inform anyone. She couldn't get over it. Seeing Su Yu again, one could imagine how she felt. "Can I sit next to you?" Biyun Hongxian asked. Meeting Su Yu was like meeting an old friend. Su Yu glanced at the slightly crowded corner and said, "If you don't mind, I can." Biyun Hongxian smiled and sat next to Xie Xiaoye, forcing her way in. Xie Xiaoye moved her butt to the side and rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Her lips wriggled as she spat out a few words that only Su Yu could hear. "You have mercy everywhere." Su Yu could only shrug to express his helplessness. He really didn't do anything to Biyun Hongxian. Even their friendship was superficial, and they never had any in-depth communication. It was just that she cared more about favors, and she always remembered him. Mr. Yarrow Yu saw this and felt jealous. Biyun Hongxian would rather squeeze with Su Yu than sit in the seat of honor. Now, the seat of honor was the center of this competition. As a result, everyone's attention was drawn away by that corner. Now, when he saw Su Yu, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if Su Yu had become a thorn in his side. "Damn it. I'll make you suffer later," Mr. Yarrow Yu swore to himself. Su Yu had only been in the Sleepless Empire for a few days, and he had already stolen all the limelight. Since everyone is here, then let's officially spar. Mr. Yarrow Yu regarded himself as the host of the competition. He said, "The main purpose of this competition is to discover each other's weaknesses. Therefore, we must be serious and not stop at a fight. In other words, there might be injuries during the competition." The crowd of geniuses nodded and had no objections. They had all suffered great hardships to get to where they were today. Getting injured in a competition was a common occurrence. What was there to be afraid of? However, they were not afraid of getting injured themselves, but they were afraid of the princess getting injured. If she got injured, the monarch would be furious, and her life would be in danger. "This time, we ask the princess to be our witness, so that you can urge us to do our best in the competition," Mr. Yarrow Yu said. Princess Chen Yu raised her eyebrows. If she was the supervisor, didn't that mean she couldn't fight? Didn't she come here to compete with everyone? She was about to lose her temper, but considering Su Yu's presence, she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only bear with it and nodded reluctantly. "All right." Mr. Yarrow Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had not intended to invite Princess Chen Yu to the competition at the West Wind Tower. He knew that he might not be a match for Princess Chen Yu. However, it would be inexcusable if he did not invite Princess Chen Yu, who was also from the Nightless Ming Palace. He could only bite the bullet and fight. In any case, he would try not to let the princess fight, lest he lose his position as the #1 person in the Nightless Ming Palace. The competition soon began. It was different from the previous competition at the princess's residence. This time, both sides were going all out, and it seemed like they were going to fight for real. The battle was extremely intense. Many onlookers were amazed, and they learned a lot from the competition. Only 4 discordant figures did not pay attention to the battle from the beginning. Su Yu and the other 3 had been communicating with each other. With their strength and cultivation level, the competition between the members of the Nightless Ming Palace was not worth learning. Su Yu's main focus was on beating around the bush, trying to get some information from Biyun and Hongxian. Unfortunately, Biyun and Hongxian did not know what the golden-eyed playboy wanted to do. Including the last operation, she was suddenly informed when the plan was about to be carried out. During that time, she was only ordered to help the golden-eyed playboy with some tasks. Finally, Su Yu asked Biyun and Hongxian why they were going to the military camp of the Bright Palace. She was also confused, and said that she was just delivering a letter on her father's order. Just as Su Yu was about to ask more questions, he suddenly heard Mr. Yarrow Yu smile at the crowd and say, "The competition in the Nightless Ming Palace has temporarily come to an end, but our communication has not stopped." His tone changed, and he pointed the finger at Su Yu and the other 3 who were talking. "We are very fortunate to have the famous Mr. Su Yu here today. Why don't we ask him to come out and show us some of his skills?" Not many people knew Su Yu's name. Therefore, when Mr. Yarrow Yu said the words famous, he was met with a burst of laughter. "Who is Su Yu? Why is he so famous? Should I know who he is? He should be the human youth who got out of the princess's carriage, right? He is only a half-step Daoist master, and yet he is worthy of being called famous." Yes, I guess Mr. Yarrow Yu is being sarcastic. Putting aside the hostility that Mr. Yarrow Yu had deliberately provoked, the fact that he had invited Su Yu to fight without any preparation showed that he was not respectful at all. It was agreed that it was a competition between the members of the Nightless Ming Palace. If he invited an outsider to fight, he should have at least informed him in advance, right? Moreover, they had not invited Su Yu specifically. Su Yu was disgusted, and he shot an indifferent look at him. Without any mercy, he said, "You can continue with the competition. My strength is insignificant, so I will not embarrass myself." Chapter 23:17. They had been jealous of Su Yu for a long time and had long wanted to teach him a lesson. "Don't do that, Mr. Su. You are highly regarded by His Majesty. We have been looking forward to fighting you. Yes, I heard that you are very powerful. You should be able to defeat us effortlessly, right?" The corners of Mr. Yarrow Yu's mouth curled up imperceptibly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything. There would be people willing to serve him. Little did he know that the sarcasm of the Nightless Palace members was actually true. The monarch really did think highly of Su Yu because of his strength. It was effortless for him to overpower all of them here. It was just that they found it hard to believe. Xie Xiaoye sneered. What a bunch of people who overestimated themselves. Su Yu did not want to fight with them. If he did, all of them together would be no match for Su Yu's fist. The heartless Iron Constable looked at the clamoring Nightless Palace members and said, "Aren't you going to shut them up?" Su Yu said indifferently, "I can't be bothered." However, Mr. Yarrow Yu saw that Su Yu did not come out. He thought that Su Yu must have been frightened and did not dare to come out. He said persistently, "Mr. Su, you see, it's hard to refuse such hospitality." Swish. With a flash, Biyun Hongxian stepped forward and said, "If Mr. Su does not want to come, I will fight with you on his behalf." Not to mention the others, even Su Yu was stunned. Biyun Hongxian's strength was only half a Pathmaster. Most of the Nightless Palace members in front of her were Pathmasters. Was she confident that she could deal with them? Mr. Yarrow Yu was extremely jealous. What was so good about Su Yu? Why did so many people protect him? Fairy Biyun, please ask Mr. Su to fight in person. We are afraid that you will be hurt. Mr. Yarrow Yu suppressed his anger and smiled. Biyun Hongxian slowly released her desolate power and said calmly, "You know too little about Mr. Su. If you are not even as good as me, you probably can't even defeat one of his hands." The crowd, who were already jealous of Su Yu, almost exploded in anger when they heard his words. They couldn't defeat one of Su Yu's hands. There should be a limit to joking. Or rather, this was an insult to the Nightless Palace. Since Fairy Biyun has said so, then I will shamelessly test your strength. An ordinary-looking youth walked forward. Su Yu knew this person, as he often went out to train with Princess Qian Yu. He was ranked last in the Nightless Ming Palace, and was the only Nightless Ming Palace member who had not broken through to become a Dao Lord. "Please." Biyun Hongxian said lightly, "You can make your move now." The youth cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu and said coldly, "When Fairy Biyun is defeated, I want to experience the power of Mr. Su's fists." As he spoke, he released his Great Desolation power. At the same time, he took out all of his immortal treasures and took the initiative to attack. His attacks could not be said to be weak, and there was almost no room to dodge. However, what was unexpected was that Fairy Biyun did not even put up any defenses. She easily dodged all the attacks with just her footsteps. It was as if she could predict in advance where the enemy's attack would land. The young man was stunned. He didn't believe that Fairy Biyun could easily dodge his full-strength attack. He attacked again. The result was the same. The people who had originally planned on watching Fairy Biyun be defeated gradually realized that something was wrong. After 10 consecutive moves, Fairy Biyun only dodged and did not attack. It was not until the 11th move that Fairy Biyun said indifferently, 10 moves have passed, it's my turn." She did not use any powerful divine techniques. She merely took a step forward and flicked a wisp of Great Desolation power with her finger. But strangely, such a simple attack seemed to make the young man stupid. He swayed left and right, unable to shake off the attack. Finally, he was hit between the brows. POW. The young man was knocked unconscious without even a scream. The strange scene caused the crowd to fall silent for a while. No one understood what had happened. Only Su Yu knew. He looked deeply at Biyun Hongxian. In the 7 unique civilizations, Biyun Hongxian had not yet inherited the bloodline of the Qiani Empress. Today, 10 years later, she had completely mastered it. To be able to predict the enemy's trajectory in advance, the only one who could do so was the time and space domain from the Qiani Empress. Biyun Hongxian had inherited her bloodline. After the golden-eyed Lang Jun, she was the second. Who else? Biyun Hongxian said indifferently, but no one dared to underestimate her anymore. "I'll go." In the Nightless Palace, Zui Fengzi, who was ranked 5th, volunteered. Zui Fengzi was the best at movement techniques in the Nightless Palace. Even Mr. Yarrow Yu, who was ranked 1st, could not compare. The former had been defeated in such a strange manner. Zui Fengzi guessed that it was because his reaction was not agile enough. Only Su Yu knew that this person would definitely lose. In front of the spacetime talent, movement techniques were nothing. Unless the enemy was too strong and could interfere with Bai Yun Hongxian's spacetime talent, she was invincible. Both sides quickly exchanged blows. Everyone thought that Zui Fengzi would change the situation. Who knew that he would still fall into the same strange situation as the former? No matter how fast Zui Fengzi's movement technique was, or how cunning and incredible his attacks were, Bai Yun Hongxian could predict his attacks in advance and easily evade them. After 10 moves, she made her move. It was still a wisp of great desolation power, but Zui Fengzi, who was known for his movement techniques, could not shake it off. In the end, he was sent flying. Next. While everyone was shocked, Bai Yun Hongxian said calmly, "Now, who would dare to make another move?" They did not even know how Bai Yun Hongxian had won. Mr. Yarrow Yu's face was solemn and he felt threatened. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Princess Qian Yu was one thing, but even Bai Yun Hongxian, who did not reveal herself, was so terrifying. He thought to himself that if they really fought, he might not even have a 50% chance of winning. For a moment, the whole place was eerily quiet. The members of the Nightless Palace who had been clamoring just now all quieted down. Since no one wants to challenge you, then let the challenge against Mr. Su end here. If you are not even as good as me, there is really no need to waste his energy. After saying that, Bai Yun Hongxian's indifference was replaced by a bashful smile as she returned to sit beside Su Yu. Su Yu smiled bitterly. "I am not as powerful as Miss Bai Yun thinks I am." Of course, he was being modest. Although the spacetime talent was powerful, Su Yu had also mastered the law of time and the space domain, which was the nemesis of Bai Yun Hongxian. Mr. Su is unpredictable and can often do things that ordinary people cannot. Although I have improved in the past 10 years, Mr. Su's improvement must be even greater, Bai Yun Hongxian said calmly. Xie Xiaoye muttered to herself. Bai Yun Hongxian was right. The Su Yu of 10 years ago and the Su Yu of 10 years later were two completely different levels. I think so too. The strange thing was that the heartless Iron Constable also said, looking at Su Yu with a meaningful gaze. Among people of the same age, Su Yu was the only one who had defeated her. Moreover, she had a feeling that Su Yu had not used his full strength at that time. Humph. Mr. Yarrow Yu snorted coldly, feeling extremely displeased. What should have been a joyous and harmonious sparring session had ended in such a sorry state because of Su Yu. The members of the Nightless Palace parted on bad terms. Walking down the West Wind Tower, Zui Fengzi said, "Brother Yarrow Yu, are we just going to let it go like this? That Su Yu is relying on his affinity with women to look down on us. He is really abominable. When had Su Yu looked down on them? Were they the ones who were jealous and unable to calm down? What else?" Yarrow Yu glared at him. Unless you also have such affinity with women, he was extremely jealous. Why did so many powerful women regard Su Yu as an important friend? Why was he, the #1 heaven ruler of the Nightless Empire, unwilling to get close to him? This was really unfair. "I am not as handsome as that human," Zui Fengzi said sourly. In terms of appearance, none of the people of the Nightless Palace could compare to Su Yu. Pretty boy. Just looking at him is infuriating. This is really hard to swallow. Mr. Yarrow Yu was still older than them, so he quickly calmed down and said, "The future is long, and there will be plenty of opportunities. For example, the upcoming friendly exchange between the Nightless Empire and the Light Palace. At that time, strong people will gather, and I am afraid no woman will be able to protect him in time." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they could already see Su Yu's swollen face. They all smiled knowingly. At the West Wind Tower, the four of them chatted for a while, and Su Yu felt that he could no longer learn more from Bai Yun Hongxian, so he got up and said goodbye. "We will meet again next time." Bai Yun Hongxian hurriedly said, "The friendly exchange between the younger generation of the Nightless Empire and the Light Palace. Are you going?" She enjoyed chatting with Su Yu. She was very satisfied with his strength and character. "Go ahead." Su Yu looked at Princess Qian Yu, who was waiting for him in the distance. If he did not go, no one would be able to suppress the group of people from the Light Palace. "All right, Then we will meet in 2 months. Bai Yun Hongxian left, satisfied. The heartless iron constable took the scroll and left without looking back, saying, "See you in 2 months. What about you? Will you follow me to the princess mansion or the palace?" Su Yu asked Xie Xiaoye. Xie Xiaoye looked at the princess and said mischievously, "I think I will not disturb you and the beautiful princess." Su Yu was speechless. He felt that Xie Xiaoye seemed to have become a lot more lively after putting on this beautiful disguise. In the past, Xie Xiaoye always gave people the feeling of being mature, but now she looked a little like a young girl. I said, "Take off the disguise. With my current identity, it should be no problem for the Nightless Empire to withdraw the wanted order for you." He could not let Xie Xiaoye wear this mask all the time, could he? Xie Xiaoye stopped, turned around, and poked her fair and tender cheek with her index finger. She said, "Oh? Isn't my face beautiful now?" To be honest, it was beautiful. It was a rare kind of beauty. Su Yu had only seen it a few times in his life. But it was a pity that it was just a disguise. Beautiful. Then why do you want to take it off? Xie Xiaoye asked with a smile. Su Yu waved his hand. "Suit yourself, I was just saying." When he finished speaking, he walked away and returned to the princess mansion with Princess Chen Yu. Xie Xiaoye looked at Su Yu's back, touched her extremely elastic face, and giggled. "You have good taste, you know that I am beautiful." Chapter 23:18. Princess Chen Yu was unhappy as she boarded the carriage. This sparring session had nothing to do with her. She had come all this way for nothing. Gold will shine sooner or later, why are you so anxious? Su Yu said, seeing through her worries. Princess Chen Yu did not dare lose her temper in front of Su Yu. "I just don't want to be left behind. The friendly sparring session between the two factions is coming up. As the princess of the Nightless Empire, I cannot bring shame to the empire." Oh, she still cares about the empire. He had never seen it before, thinking that she was just stubborn and unruly. Left behind? You think too much. With my guidance, your abilities are enough to crush any one of them. They are no match for you, Su Yu comforted her. Princess Chen Yu rolled her eyes, thinking, how dare he say such things? The others in the Nightless Palace might be easy to deal with, but Mr. Yarrow Yu was extremely powerful. In their last fight, he had to give in to Mr. Yarrow Yu to barely beat him. Of course, Princess Chen Yu did not dare refute Su Yu's words. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Teacher Su is right. I have learned my lesson. Su Yu nodded slightly. Suddenly, his brows twitched. He had felt a hint of hostility without warning. At that moment, Su Yu suddenly opened the carriage's curtains and cast a sharp gaze outside. He saw a beautiful woman hurriedly avert her gaze, turning to squeeze into the crowd. It's her. Su Yu was surprised. Su Yu knew this woman. They had received an invitation from the mysterious old man at the peak of the snowy mountain. Her name seemed to be Shen Yin. There had been too many people at the previous banquet, and Su Yu had not noticed if Shen Yin was there. Now she had appeared in the Nightless Empire, casting a hostile gaze at Su Yu. Interesting. Su Yu smiled. It was likely that Su Yu's actions in the Bright Light Palace had been discovered by Shen Yin, which was why she hated Su Yu so much. But she should be glad that she had not done anything out of line. Otherwise, she would not have been faced with 2 glares, but with a fatal blow. Shen Yin squeezed into the crowd, watching as the carriage slowly disappeared into the distance. She clenched her fists in frustration. Damn it, my enemy is right in front of me, but I can't act recklessly, Shen Yin said in a low voice. News came from the Bright Palace that a silver-haired human named Su Yu had wreaked havoc in the Bright Palace. Not only did he defeat all the heaven's favorites of the Palace of Light, but he also disguised himself as Wang Juyang, trespassed into the Mist Forest, and won first place in the deer chase, causing the emissary of light to lose face. As a member of the Light Envoys, Shen Yin could not tolerate Su Yu's behavior. Just now, when she was outside the West Wind Tower secretly gathering information about the Nightless Ming Palace's abilities, she accidentally discovered that Su Yu was present. She decided to follow him and wait for an opportunity to exact her revenge. Who would have expected that Su Yu's senses would be so sharp that he would detect her in advance? Su Yu, I can't do anything to you if you hide in the crowd, but you better pray that you don't fall behind. Even though Xianyin knew that Su Yu had the power to crush Kong Chu, she was still confident that she could take revenge on him. It was clear that Xianyin was quite confident. She turned around and came to a remote alley, returning to her nearest hiding place. Unexpectedly, when he pushed open the door of the cave, there was a twisted black shadow waiting for a long time. The shadow exuded an evil aura, and its pair of scarlet eyes appeared particularly horrifying in the shadows. Hee. It's been a long time, Miss Xianyin. Xianyin immediately recognized that hoarse voice. Her expression changed drastically as she sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You are hunting shadow? Hehe, thank you for your kindness, Miss Xianyin, for still remembering me." Xuanin's expression was grave. How could she not remember hunting shadow? He was a powerful martial artist of the same generation who had once trampled on Xianhua. He was a genius who could compete with the Lady of Destiny. Not only that, he was vicious and merciless, and was not easy to get along with. If he was in a bad mood, he would kill for fun. Her hair stood on end, and her muscles tensed, ready to escape at any moment. "Don't worry, I didn't come all the way to the Nightless Empire for you. If it's not for me, why are you looking for me? I'm looking for you because I need you to do something for me." Xianyin slowly retreated, coldly saying, "What if I say no? I never allow anyone to say no." As she finished speaking, the twisted shadow, which was clearly still far away, wrapped around Xianyin in the blink of an eye, and slowly merged into her body. "Stop!" Xianyin turned pale with fright. The power of the Tao Lord in her body constantly erupted, attempting to force the shadow out of her body. But the shadow was not obstructed, and slowly merged into Xuanin's body. A moment later, Xianyin was lying on the ground, drenched in sweat. Her entire body twitched, and she stammered, "No," until she could not say a word. She, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, suddenly stood up, an evil expression on her face. "What a troublesome body. Its resistance is too strong, and it wastes a lot of my energy. But this body is enough." Xianyin smiled strangely. Time flowed like water. 2 months passed in a flash. But in the hearts of many martial artists of the Nightless Empire, it was as if 2 years had passed, and they felt that 2 months was exceptionally long. The Nightless Empire and the Light Palace, who had always been hostile, broke the ice for the first time after so many years. Finally, the emissary of the Light Palace led a team over. They were led by a few strong men from the Light Palace, including a deputy palace master. Coincidentally, Su Yu knew this deputy palace master. It was Deputy Palace Master Lu. Among the emissaries of light, the leader was Xianhua. That incomparably mysterious woman of destiny still had not appeared. This greatly disappointed many martial artists who had been filled with anticipation. After settling down in the Nightless Empire, the people of the Light Palace temporarily stayed in the monarch's side palace to let them rest after a long and arduous journey. The exchange between the two sides was scheduled to begin in 10 days. Suddenly, the imperial city of the Nightless Empire seemed to be reinvigorated. Whether it was the streets or the tea houses, everyone was enthusiastically discussing the Light Palace emissaries of the Light Palace. Among them, the most frequently discussed was naturally Xianhua. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extremely powerful. Many male martial artists regarded her as their dream lover. Apart from that, they were most concerned about the outcome of the exchange. Although it was called an exchange, they were very clear that the main purpose was still to learn from each other. Most people of the Nightless Empire were extremely pessimistic. Based on previous exchanges, the Nightless Palace was far inferior to the Light Palace. While the people were discussing the Light Palace, the group of emissaries of the Light Palace were listening to the intelligence from Xianyin in a secret room. The members of the Nightless Palace, apart from that young Master Yarrow Yu who needs to be taken seriously, the rest are all ordinary people, nothing to worry about, Xianyin said. Most of the emissaries of light looked relaxed, and did not look nervous from the beginning. Xianyin's intelligence was also not beyond their expectations. No matter how many years had passed, the younger generation of the Nightless Empire was so vulnerable. Sigh. I really don't know what the great palace lord is thinking. Why did he choose to cooperate with the Nightless Empire? Zhang Yuan clasped his hands behind his head, leaning against the wall, full of reluctance. Yang Hua was also very puzzled. The overall strength of the Sword Seeker Pavilion is far higher than that of the Nightless Empire. If we cooperate with them, we will benefit more in the Glaze Ancient Cave in the future. But if we cooperate with the Nightless Empire, won't they only drag us down? Even Xian Hua did not understand the intentions of the great palace lord. When she learned that the Glaze Ancient Cave was about to open, she expected that the Light Palace would choose a force to cooperate with. She thought it would be the Sword Seeker Pavilion that was on par with the Light Palace. She did not expect it to be the Nightless Empire. It was not that she looked down on the Nightless Empire, but that the Nightless Empire really did not have any talented people. Cooperating with them in the Glaze Ancient Cave would only drag them down. Forget it, this is the decision of the great palace lord. We can only obey. Xian Hua made the final decision. From today onwards, do not show any signs of regret, lest it affect our cooperation. The other emissaries did not dare to disobey her. However, it was difficult to change the contempt they felt for the Nightless Empire. Is there any other important intelligence? Xian Hua asked pointedly. Xian Yin nodded and said, Su Yu is in the imperial city. What? The people who had been lazing around suddenly became alert. For many months, the name Su Yu was like a nightmare that could not be dispelled. No matter where they went, the martial artists of the Light Palace would point fingers at the emissaries of light, saying that they were incompetent and that they had let the people of the Nightless Empire down. At the most serious point, there was a larger demonstration, demanding that the emissaries of light be removed and that they stop wasting the resources of the Light Palace. This was the most torturous time for the emissaries of light. This time, they were heading to the Nightless Empire to participate in the exchange, largely carrying the hopes of the martial artists of the Light Palace, to defeat Su Yu and reclaim the honor of being the emissaries of light. Zhang Yuan and the others looked at Xian Hua. Among all of them, only Xian Hua could suppress Su Yu. All hope rested on Xian Hua. Xian Hua's eyes flickered as she asked, What is Su Yu's identity? Nothing at all. He is not from the Nightless Empire, nor is he a member of the Nightless Empire. Xian Hua asked again, Will he participate in this exchange? This, probably not, Xian Yin said. Su Yu had no interest in participating in the exchange of the West Wind Tower. He was completely uninvolved. Hearing this, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief, the pressure on their bodies lessening. If Su Yu participated in this exchange of pointers, they would be humiliated once again. At the Princess Mansion, Su Yu was training Princess Qian Yu in an orderly manner, not at all affected by the arrival of the emissaries of light. After months of training, Princess Qian Yu's 9 divine Dharma powers were much more solid than before. If the 9 divine Dharma powers attacked with all their might, Su Yu would have to take them seriously in order to withstand them. He guessed that among the emissaries of light, apart from Xian Hua, no one else could defeat Princess Qian Yu. How much do you want to be the champion of this exchange? Su Yu asked. Princess Qian Yu looked at Su Yu strangely. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't want to be the champion and bring glory to the Nightless Empire? Teacher Su, I want it very much, Princess Qian Yu said shyly. Su Yu thought for a moment, then took out a round, pitch-black pearl. Take it. Refine it within 10 days and learn how to use it. This was the Evil King Pearl, which could replicate all of the enemy's domains and divine techniques. If there was anything that could restrain Xian Hua's strange ability to turn illusions into reality, it would be the Evil King Pearl. For me. Don't get your hopes up, Su Yu said impatiently. After the exchange, remember to return it to me. This item belonged to the evil dragon, and he had no right to give it to anyone else. To be honest, Princess Qian Yu was not interested in the so-called treasure. She was the dignified Princess Qian Yu, the owner of the peerless treasure of the Nightless Empire. How could she be interested in Su Yu's gift? However, she did not dare disobey Su Yu's orders, so she obediently sat down to refine the pearl. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The friendly exchange between the youths of the Nightless Empire and the Palace of Light began. In the training field, Princess Chen Yu fondled the evil king pearl. She found this treasure to be amazing. With this treasure in hand, she could do whatever she wanted in the colored glaze civilization. Teacher Su, thank you, Princess Chen Yu finally said obediently, thinking to herself, this is your compensation for my months of suffering. Su Yu looked at the time and said, let's set off as soon as possible. You are not going? Su Yu said, I will observe in secret. You must perform well. All right. Princess Chen Yu was like a free bird. She immediately headed for the Heavenly Gate Plaza of the palace. When she arrived, all the members of the Nightless Palace were already there. In contrast, none of the emissaries of light had arrived. Princess, these emissaries of light are really arrogant, Mr. Yarrow Yu grumbled. Princess Chen Yu did not mind. Arrogance is determined by one's ability. It is not about who comes late, understand? Princess is right. The crowd waited patiently. It was only when the appointed time was almost up that the people of the Palace of Light finally arrived on time. Under the lead of Deputy Palace Master Lu, Xianhua and the others were dressed in dazzling uniforms, stepping into the plaza majestically. Each of them was in high spirits and had extraordinary confidence, standing out from the masses. In contrast, the members of the Nightless Palace were lacking in confidence. Their demeanor was clearly inferior to the other party. This scene made the people who had come to observe secretly sigh. The Nightless Palace was inferior to the emissaries of light in all aspect. Xianhua and the others were calm, even a little arrogant as they sat opposite the members of the Nightless Palace. Under their powerful auras, the members of the Nightless Palace were even more pressured. Only Princess Chen Yu, who had grown up in the royal family, was not affected by their auras. She said gracefully, welcome, emissaries of light from the Palace of Light. I welcome you on behalf of the royal family. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, sizing up the members of the Nightless Palace one by one, muttering in unison, a mix of good and bad. Although his voice was soft, the members of the Nightless Palace were mostly at the level of Dao Masters. How could it be hidden from their ears? Immediately, they lost face. They were angry and furious, but did not dare to act up. It was Xianhua who looked at the big picture, saying indifferently, on behalf of the Palace of Light, I thank you for your warm reception. Princess Chen Yu clapped her hands. Mr. Yarrow Yu and the others immediately took out the crystal badges that the Nightless Palace's Lian Yu had rushed to make. There were a total of 18, one for each person, symbolizing the friendship and unity between the two sides. For this, the members of the Nightless Palace had given up their cultivation to specially prepare this gift. This is a small gift that we have carefully prepared. I hope that the emissaries will like it. Mr. Yarrow Yu laughed heartily. Seeing the crystal badges, the expressions of the emissaries of light turned slightly strange. Zhang Yuan said with a faint smile, oh, so the Nightless Palace has also prepared a gift. Coincidentally, we have also prepared a gift for everyone. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. Chapter 23:19. Zhang Yuan and Yang Hua each took out a spatial storage artifact and took out 9 jade bottles. The bottle was filled with a transparent spiritual liquid, but one couldn't tell what it was from looking at it. Xianhua said indifferently, before we came, we specially prepared a gift for everyone. I hope you will accept it. She pushed the jade bottle over. Young Master Yarrow Yu was puzzled. Zhang Yuan's undisguised mockery gave him a bad feeling. Was this spirit liquid very special? However, he could only bite the bullet and open one of the jade bottles. The astonishing spirit qi he had imagined did not appear, nor did the special fragrance of any spirit liquid appear. A bottle of water? The Nightless Temple members were stunned when they opened it, not understanding the Radiant Envoy's intentions. Was he deliberately humiliating them? Young Master Yarrow Yu felt indignant. He knew that the Radiant Envoy looked down on the Nightless Temple, but wasn't it too insulting to give them a bottle of water? He might as well not give them anything at all. Just as he was about to flare up, he suddenly sensed a weak aura. He could not help but be shocked. This is Genesis Qi. Although it was extremely weak, close to nothing, he had still sensed it. He immediately picked up the jade bottle and brought it to his nose to sniff it seriously. An uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. This was Genesis Chi that had a price but no supply. One could only obtain it through luck. It was not something that could be bought with money. Young Master Yarrow Yu's family was extremely large and wealthy, but he had never had the chance to obtain Genesis Chi in centuries. This was the first time he had obtained it since he started cultivating. Rumor had it that Genesis Chi had an unimaginable effect on domains. He had longed for it for a long time. Thus, he could not help but reveal a hint of ecstasy. However, he was still able to maintain his composure and immediately hid his expression. However, the other Nightless Temple members did not have such composure. They were all overjoyed, and a few could not help but laugh out loud. Young Master Yarrow Yu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood the meaning of Zhang Yuan's mocking expression. The gifts they thought they had carefully prepared were nothing in front of the Genesis Chi. Just the gifts they had given were enough to make the Nightless Temple fall behind. Looking at the Nightless Temple members' reactions, they were like country bumpkins entering the city and being rewarded with steamed buns by the landlord's deputy young master. Even young Master Yarrow Yu himself felt ashamed of the performance of the Nightless Temple's members, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. "Thank you for the gift, emissary of light," young Master Yarrow Yu said hurriedly. His voice faintly contained an intimidating power, causing a few of the Nightless Palace's members, who had sunk into ecstasy, to come back to their senses. Only then did they realize that they had made a fool of themselves. They awkwardly put away the jade bottles and became serious. However, many of the people in the Imperial City felt humiliated. Does the future of our Nightless Kingdom have to depend on these people? Sigh. Let's go. I don't have the face to continue watching. It's better to suggest to His Majesty as soon as possible to cancel the so-called Nightless Hall. Other than making a fool of himself, it has no expertise at all. As the citizens of the Nightless Kingdom, they all felt ashamed. The performance of the members of the Nightless Temple was really too embarrassing. Princess Qian Yu was also infuriated. Really, all of them were usually so arrogant, looking down on this and that. But now that they had something good, they were acting like country bumpkins. She also felt that she had lost face. Xian Hua said calmly, "No need to thank me. It's just a small token of my appreciation." It was really a small token of my appreciation. Recently, a batch of extremely rich primordial qi had appeared in the Palace of Light. The entire Palace of Light fell into a frenzy of competition. Several envoys of light paid together and joined in the fierce competition. Finally, they bought 100 drops with hundreds of millions of Dao coins. According to the amount they paid, the primordial qi spiritual liquid was distributed. But in the end, there was only 1 drop left. They diluted it 9 times and gave it to the members of the Nightless Temple. Looking at their shameful appearance, Xian Hua could not help but waver. Was she really going to cooperate with such people? She really could not accept it. However, the most important thing was still strength. Let's see how strong they were first. After a series of exchanges, the topic gradually shifted to sparring. Finally, it was Zhang Yuan. He put down his teacup and said, "The last time our Palace of Light and the Nightless Temple sparred was decades ago. Since we are fortunate to cooperate today, why don't we spar and improve our relationship?" Young Master Yarrow Yu's fighting spirit rose in his heart. In the battle back then, the Nightless Temple could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. As the number 1 person of the Nightless Temple, he did not even last 3 moves against the envoys of light called Kong Chu before suffering a crushing defeat. All these years, he had been diligently cultivating at all times, striving to raise his cultivation to the next level. Also that one day, he could wash away the humiliation he suffered back then. That's exactly what I want. Young Master Yarrow Yu's fighting spirit surged. Xian Hua nodded. "All right, then let's have a spar. Friendship first, competition second." No one would believe what she said. How could the 2 factions not care about the competition when they were of the same generation? Under the arrangements of both sides, the plaza soon became empty for sparring. "I'll go for the first match." Zhang Yuan smiled disdainfully and volunteered to go up. Zhang Yuan was ranked 8th in the Palace of Light and was considered the weakest. Young Master Yarrow Yu secretly looked at him coldly. If there was one who mocked him the most, It would be Zhang Yuan. Qin Fen, you go. Young Master Yarrow Yu said. Qin Fen was ranked 7th in the Nightless Temple. Although he had just become a Dao Lord, his foundation was solid. He had condensed a domain and a Dao treasure, so his strength was not bad. Give this person a slap and make him shut his foul mouth. Young Master Yarrow Yu secretly sent a voice transmission. Qin Fen nodded without batting an eyelid. He looked at Zhang Yuan with an unfriendly gaze. Young Master Yarrow Yu was not the only one who wanted to slap Zhang Yuan. Oh, I suggest you send someone ranked higher. Otherwise, the outcome will be ugly. Zhang Yuan held his hands behind his back as he wore a faint smile. Qin Fen showed no fear. It's more than enough to deal with you. Hualala, the sound of flowing water lingered around Qin Fen. He had clearly activated his domain. Zhang Yuan chuckled. You even condensed your domain. Not bad. With that said, the scene of the 10,000 mountains appeared beside Zhang Yuan. Be careful, brother Qin Fen. Zhang Yuan sneered and suddenly activated his domain. The 10,000 mountains domain came crashing down. Qin Fen was not to be outdone. He controlled his domain to attack. The two scenes intertwined, and the river scene was crushed inch by inch. Without being able to put up any resistance, he was completely crushed. Phut Qin Fen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In just a single exchange, Qin Fen was as weak as a piece of paper. He was knocked out on the spot. Many of the onlookers covered their faces and shook their heads, feeling extremely embarrassed. The difference in strength between the Radiance Envoy and the Nightless Temple's member was like heaven and earth. The Nightless Temple's members wore ugly expressions. They had never expected Qin Fen to win, but wasn't this defeat way too tragic? What made them even more ashamed was that the Radiance Envoy's side did not cheer or rejoice in victory. Instead, they were extremely calm. That calmness meant that they felt victory was only right. If Zhang Yuan had been defeated, they would have been surprised. Was the difference between them really that great? The Nightless Temple's members were extremely indignant. I already said that it's best to send someone ranked higher. Otherwise, it will be very tragic. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Zhang Yuan hid his hands in his sleeves as he said with a look of regret. Young Master Yarrow Yu's eyes turned cold. Do you still wish to continue challenging? Of course. Zhang Yuan wore a fearless look. All right. Zhon Lai, you're up. Zhon Lai was the 5th-ranked member of the Nightless Temple. He had been a Dao Lord for some years, and his overall strength far exceeded Qin Fen's. Yes. Zhon Lai walked forward and stared at Zhang Yuan with his bell-like eyes. Do you dare fight me? He, I'm afraid you will lose too miserably, Zhang Yuan said calmly. Then, let's begin. Zhon Lai took out an extremely heavy battle axe from his back and stabbed it into the ground, causing the entire square to tremble. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips. Dao artifact. All right, let's compete in Dao artifacts. He took out a spiked mace that swirled with layers of lightning as it flickered. Ha! Zhon Lai roared as he stepped forward and cleaved down with his battle axe. Zhang Yuan said contemptuously, a spar isn't about who roars louder and wins. Bang! He raised his spiked mace and counterattacked. Zhang Yuan, who looked much weaker, managed to withstand the battle axe. Following that, the two of them exchanged blows with their Dao artifacts, exchanging more than 100 blows. Finally, when both sides were somewhat drained, Zhang Yuan retreated and said with a smile, I admit defeat. The Nightless Temple has many experts. I, Zhang Yuan, am far inferior to them. How was that admitting defeat willingly? It was clearly mockery. None of the people from the Nightless Ming Temple felt victorious. The 5th-ranked genius of the Nightless Temple could not do anything to the 8th-ranked genius after more than 100 rounds. What kind of victory was that? Zhon Lai clenched his fists and retreated with humiliation in his eyes. He lowered his head at young Master Yarrow Yu. I'm useless. Although they had won, they were still defeated. Young Master Yarrow Yu suppressed his anger and said, Who will you send next? Swoosh, a figure walked out from the crowd. It was the 7th-ranked Yang Hua. Me, of course. Yang Hua crossed his arms and smiled, his eyes filled with coldness. Young Master Yarrow Yu felt humiliated. The 8th-ranked genius had fallen, and the 7th-ranked genius was going to fight. If their people were to be defeated, they would truly lose all face. All right, Fang Huan, you're up. Fang Huan was the 3rd-ranked genius of the Nightless Temple. She had recently broken through to the family head level. Although she did not have the time to comprehend it, it was more than enough to deal with Yang Hua, who was only an ordinary Dao Lord. Fang Huan walked forward with a cold expression and said, I don't want to bully the weak. You can choose to step down. Was there any suspense in a battle between a family head and an ordinary Dao Lord? Yang Hua remained calm. There's no need for that. I recently felt that I had some progress in my cultivation and wanted to challenge a family head-level Dao Lord. Miss Fang Huan, please spar with me. Chapter 2320. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to cultivate it. Fang Huan released her incomparably thick Daolord's energy and displayed a crushing momentum towards Yang Hua. Yang Hua, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He slowly activated his domain. His domain was much more solid than it had been during the deer hunt. This was also the reason why Yang Hua dared to challenge a Dao Lord who was at the level of a family head. Let's begin. Yang Hua took the initiative to attack. Fang Huan had used the power of a Dao Lord, which wasn't stable yet, to clash head-on against the other party's domain. She had thought that she would be able to break through it easily, but who would have thought that not only would she not be able to break through it, she would even be enveloped by the other party's domain. Fang Huan was surprised. The sturdiness of the other party's domain was almost on par with the family head's. Bang! His opponent's domain unleashed its might, and waves of terrifying might descended upon his body, causing his body to shake violently. In a moment of carelessness, a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Fang Huan's mouth. He was furious. This was a great humiliation. In a head-on battle, a patriarch-level Dao Lord was actually inferior to an ordinary Dao Lord. Scram! Fang Huan released her domain. However, as soon as it was released, Yang Hua immediately withdrew his domain and retreated. He cupped his fists and smiled. Impressive, impressive. As expected of the Nightless Palace's Dao Lord, you are indeed formidable. I admire you, I admit defeat. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Fang Huan had lost all her face. Her heart was filled with anger, but she couldn't let it out. She could only say to the others, who else wants to fight, come out. She took a closer look and found that the 6th-ranked Starfall and 5th-ranked Wang Jiuyang were not there. Only Xian Yin, who was ranked 4th, was here. Xian Yin sighed helplessly when Fang Huan's gaze landed on her. Then I'll have to take action. As if she was walking on clouds, she casually walked forward and indifferently said, I'll let you have one move. Let. Fang Huan felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She shook her head and said, there's no need. If I win, it would be an unfair victory. Xian Yin said indifferently, all right, then let's begin. This time, Fang Huan did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party was ranked 4th among the Radiant emissaries. His strength should be extraordinary. She took out her domain and Dao tool at the same time, preparing to fight seriously. Unexpectedly, Xianyin didn't move at all. Instead, she softly spat out the word suppress. An incomparably huge subdue character descended from the sky as if the sky was collapsing. Such a strange domain shocked Fang Huan. She hurriedly used her domain to resist the Dao artifact. However, the suppress character completely ignored the attack and directly pressed down on Fang Huan's body, suppressing her to the ground and preventing her from moving. Xian Yin sighed softly. I'm giving you a chance to attack first. If she made a move, Fang Huan would not even have the chance to make a move. Instantly, the whole place fell into a dead silence. There was only one word in everyone's mind. Strong. They were both Dao Lords of the same level, but the difference in strength between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Next. Xian Yin waved her sleeves and swept Fang Huan out of the arena. She looked at the members of the Nightless Ming Palace. Young Master Yarrow Yu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I'll do it. Encountering such a powerful enemy, apart from him, who else could be a match for him? Xian Yin glanced at him and said, do you need me to give you a handicap? Young Master Yarrow Yu said solemnly, "There's no need. As the number one person in the Nightless Ming Temple, he had his own dignity." "Suppress." Xian Yin calmly spat out a single word. Just like before, the incomparably huge suppress character descended from the sky and suppressed young Master Yarrow Yu. Young Master Yarrow Yu's expression was extremely grave as he took out a 3,000-meter-long sword that flickered with 7 colors. Heaven extinguishing 7 swords technique. Young Master Yarrow Yu's domain was sword techniques. The 3,000-meter-long sword swept through the sky and instantly shattered the descending suppress character. At the same time, the sword energy headed straight for Xian Yin. The eyes of the Nightless Ming Palace members and the spectating Imperial Kingdom figures lit up. As expected of the number 1 Nightless Ming Palace. However, Xian Yin unhurriedly spat out another word. Block. A block character appeared in front of him. The powerful sword energy struck the block character and was immediately bounced back. Before young Master Yarrow Yu could continue, Xian Yin spat out another word. Trap. Immediately, a huge trap character trapped young Master Yarrow Yu in the center. Moreover, the trap character continued to shrink, binding him. Young Master Yarrow Yu unleashed several sword strikes in a row and finally managed to shatter the trap character. But immediately after, Xian Yin used another suppress character. The suppress character was even more powerful than the suppress character. Young Master Yarrow Yu's 7 consecutive sword strikes were unable to shatter it. In the end, he was suppressed on the battlefield, unable to even move a finger. Xian Yin did not even pant as she calmly said, "You've regressed." In the past, young Master Yarrow Yu could still defeat her and fight against Kong Chu. But now, he couldn't even get past her. Young Master Yarrow Yu's heart was filled with intense unwillingness. His strength had clearly improved by a lot, and he had clearly wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. But who would have thought that he was inferior to the person he had defeated that day and was defeated in just a few moves? In truth, it wasn't that he had regressed, but that the Radiant Envoy's strength had improved too quickly. Xian Yin looked at the remaining Nightless Ming Palace members and said, "The sparring has ended here, right?" Even the number 1 young Master Yarrow Yu had suffered a crushing defeat. Who else could go up? The Nightless Ming Palace members fell silent. No one dared to step forward. Even Princess Chen Yu, who was ranked number 2. She had always believed that she was inferior to young Master Yarrow Yu. Even he had lost so miserably, let alone her. There was no hope of victory. Seeing that no one from the Nightless Ming Palace dared to step forward, Zheng Yuan's lips curled. "Envoy Xian Yin, enough is enough. You should at least give the Nightless Ming Palace members a fig leaf. If you beat them all, how are we going to work together in the future?" Yang Hua also laughed. "That's right, we are going to work together in a friendly manner. We shouldn't make our relationship too stiff. Let's give them some face." The two of them spoke one after another, hurting the pride of the Nightless Ming Palace members. They found it hard to withstand the humiliation. But their strength was inferior, so they could only lower their heads and mock them. At that moment, an indifferent sigh reverberated across the plaza. How disappointing. That voice, Zheng Yuan and Yang Hua, who had been chatting, froze, their eyes filled with fear. That voice was the nightmare that had plagued them for more than 2 months. Even if it had been thousands of years, they would never forget that voice. The calm expression of Xian Hua suddenly changed. Her eyes turned solemn as she shouted, "You've finally come." She had expected that even though Su Yu would not participate in the sparring, he would definitely observe them in secret. Kong Chu, Huang Yang, Qing Ling, and the others sat upright, looking extremely solemn as they observed their surroundings. There was no longer any trace of the arrogant attitude they had a moment ago. Sensing the huge change in the expressions of the Envoy of Light and the others, the people of the Nightless Ming Palace could not help but be stunned. What's going on? The Envoy of Light seemed to be very afraid of the speaker. Moreover, the voice sounded somewhat familiar to them. Mr. Yarrow Yu was suspicious. Who is this person? The voice is nearby, but I can't detect his presence. It must be some powerful expert, right? Teacher Su. It was only when Princess Chen Yu muttered in a low voice that Mr. Yarrow Yu shuddered. Is it the teacher of that powerful expert of yours? Princess Chen Yu was speechless. What's wrong with Mr. Yarrow Yu? He keeps saying that the person with the surname Su is a powerful expert. Yes. Princess Chen Yu nodded. She was about to say something when suddenly, the space around Princess Chen Yu folded without warning. The next moment, even the throne she was sitting on was teleported to the center of the plaza. Instead, its original location was replaced by the space on the stage. Hiss. Space replacement. Who is it? Space replacement. This is an almighty expert of the space realm. How could someone have comprehended the space realm? The entire plaza erupted into a frenzy of shock. Mr. Yarrow Yu was so excited that he could not speak coherently. The Nightless Empire actually has such an almighty expert. Fang Huan, Zhon Lai, and the other palace members trembled with excitement. Such a legendary almighty expert of the space realm had actually been born in the Nightless Empire. The group of envoys of light was terrified. Space realm? Is it that person? Impossible. How old is he? How could he comprehend the space realm? No, that's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The envoys of light were all incoherent, unable to believe what they were seeing. Xian Hua's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and she could not help but gasp. Su Yu was a space realm expert. But not only was she not afraid, her fighting spirit was even more aroused. Among her peers, apart from the destined woman, there was actually such a peerless and unparalleled person. If she did not fight him, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Only Princess Chen Yu looked to her left and right with a perplexed expression. As my student, you do not even have the courage to step forward and fight. How disappointing. Su Yu's dissatisfied voice echoed in the sky. If you do not win first place, when we return, I will send you into that space to train again. Ah, I don't want to. Princess Chen Yu's mind was occupied by fear. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she stood up with a whoosh and hurriedly said to Shen Yin, hurry, let's start. The training in that space had become an unforgettable trauma for her. Shen Yin looked at Princess Chen Yu's expression strangely and asked, are you sure you want to fight me? Her opponent was the princess of the Nightless Empire, and it was said that she was doted on by the emperor. If she were to accidentally injure her, the consequences would be dire. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Princess Chen Yu was afraid that Su Yu would throw her into the space again in a fit of anger. Seeing that Shen Yin was dawdling, she immediately attacked. I don't care about you anymore. In an instant, 9 divine Dharma powers appeared. She rarely used her divine Dharma powers in front of outsiders. Currently, apart from the members of the Nightless Temple, only Su Yu and the Emperor knew that she had the 9 divine body. Therefore, when he used it all at once, everyone was stunned for a moment. Shen Yin did not understand what it was, but she subconsciously uttered the word block in front of her. She assumed that even Mr. Yarrow Yu, who was in first place, could not break through the word, let alone Princess Chen Yu, who was in second place. However, a scene that she, the emissaries of light, and all the spectators did not expect happened. The 9 divine Dharma powers were terrifyingly hard, and they directly crushed the word block into pieces. Moreover, their momentum did not decrease, and they heavily struck Shen Yin's body. With a miserable cry, Shen Yin flew back to the emissaries of light with blood dripping from her mouth. Then, she fainted on the spot. Chapter 23-21. The entire place fell into absolute silence. Many people even wondered if they were hallucinating. Even someone as strong as Shen Yin had been knocked unconscious by the second-ranked disciple of the Nightless Palace. Chu Yin had been completely defenseless. This scene was similar to when Chu Yin had defeated Fang Huan with a single move. But this time, it was Chu Yin's turn. The envoys of light were shocked, as were the people from the Nightless Palace. They were well aware of the princess's abilities. She had lost to Mr. Yarrow Yu many times in the past. How could she have knocked out the powerful Shen Yin in such a domineering manner? They suspected that Princess Chen Yu was secretly activating something, using some sort of trick. But under the watchful eyes of so many people, could she hide it from everyone? Obviously not. Even Princess Chen Yu was dumbfounded, rooted to the ground. What was going on? She had already mentally prepared herself to be defeated by Shenyin. How could Shenyin be so weak? She even suspected that Shenyin had purposely given up on her and admitted defeat. But looking at Xuanin's severe injuries, she gave up on that thought. She was at a loss, unable to understand what had happened. Only a few people knew what had happened. Mr. Yarrow Yu was one of them. He stared at Princess Chenyu in shock, his heart in turmoil. He knew that Princess Chenyue's true abilities were above his. But he had never expected that after 2 months, her abilities would have improved so much that it was unimaginable. At least, he was far inferior to her. Thinking of this, he admired Princess Chenyue's teacher from the bottom of his heart. Only an almighty master like the space domain could have taught Princess Chenyu to such an extent. Princess Chenyu gradually came to her senses, Su Yu's warning that if she did not come first, she would have to enter that space again. She became anxious. Next. Swoosh, Kong Chu crossed his arms in front of his chest, striding forward. Let me do it. In terms of abilities, Kong Chu was much stronger than Shenyin. Princess Chenyu could defeat Shenyin, but she might not be able to defeat Kong Chu, alright? Make your move quickly. Princess Chenyu looked like she was in a hurry. Kong Chu did not hesitate, displaying his domain and doctrine artifact. He attacked with all his might, bringing with him an oppressive aura. Everyone watching from afar could sense Kong Chu's extraordinary power. The princess was in danger. Several elders who were protecting the princess secretly made preparations. If anything went wrong, they would immediately take action. Princess Chen Yu was also anxious, but she braced herself and used her 9 gods' body to resist. The 9 Dharma idols attacked one after another. He had thought that the attack power of gods would be relatively weak, but the 9 gods seemed to be completely different from ordinary god incarnations. The divine arts he used were extremely powerful. Bang bang bang, in a few breaths of time, Kong Chu's domain and Dao artifact were destroyed on the spot. Kong Chu himself was forced to retreat, his entire body in pain. His pupils constricted and his face turned grave. On the other hand, Princess Chen Yu was perplexed. Could it be that her god incarnation had become more powerful? With this in mind, Princess Chen Yu took the initiative to fight Kong Chu. After 30 rounds, Kong Chu became more and more apprehensive. He was completely at a disadvantage. No matter how he resisted, he was unable to threaten Princess Chen Yu in the slightest. On the contrary, he himself was repeatedly attacked by the 9 Dharma idols, and his injuries were becoming more and more serious. I admit defeat. After fighting for a long time, Kong Chu decisively admitted defeat. Just like that, Princess Chen Yu won 2 rounds in a row. Moreover, the people she defeated were all experts of the Light Envoys. Princess Chen Yu was extremely excited. After exchanging blows again and again, she finally confirmed that her god incarnation was indeed much stronger than before. Could it be the result of Su Yu's training? Princess Chen Yu was unwilling to admit that it was Su Yu's doing. In her eyes, Su Yu could only threaten her. He was not a teacher at all. If that's the case, it's my turn. Xian Hua looked up at the sky above her head. She had many opportunities to fight with Su Yu, but she had never been able to do so. Now, she was going to fight with Su Yu's student. If she lost, she would no longer have the right to challenge Su Yu. All of a sudden, the crowd was filled with excitement. Xian Hua had finally made her move. None of the past members of the Nightless Palace had ever had a battle record that was close to the 2nd place of the Light Envoys. Now, it had been achieved by Princess Chen Yu, who had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. However, it was difficult to say whether she could defeat Xian Hua. There were many rumors about Xian Hua. The most common rumor was that her abilities were not inferior to any of the past leaders of the Light Envoys. It was only because of the existence of the destined woman that she was ranked 2nd. Princess Chen Yu became nervous. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Xian Hua had left an indelible impression on her. She had never thought that one day she would be able to stand in front of Xian Hua and fight with her. Hence, she was not very confident. Make your move, Xian Hua said indifferently. Princess Chen Yu braced herself and displayed the 9 divine body again. Xian Hua had been observing the fight for a long time. She had already come up with a countermeasure. She drew a space vortex in the air, which devoured the attack of the 9 divine body. Xianhua herself was unscathed. Seeing that her 9 divine body was useless against Xianhua, Princess Qianyu lost even more confidence. She was not confident enough, so she was defeated. She was not confident enough, so she was defeated again. Hence, she was forced into a passive position in the following fight. Although she had mastered the extremely powerful 9 divine body, she was easily suppressed by Xianhua and was at an absolute disadvantage. In less than 20 rounds, Princess Qianyu's divine Laksana was shaken. Princess Qianyu, who was affected, groaned and was sent flying by Xianhua. Princess Qianyu screamed and was about to fall to the ground. Right at that moment, a figure appeared mysteriously. He caught Princess Qianyu and placed her on the ground. Princess Qianyu was still in a state of shock. She lowered her head in fear as she looked at the silver-haired figure in front of her. She was so scared that she was about to cry. She could already imagine that she would be thrown into that space, where she would be subjected to nightmarish training. I'm sorry, Princess Qianyu cried pitifully. Suyu did not turn around. He said calmly, from today onwards, you are free. I won't care about you anymore. What did he mean? Princess Qianyu said weakly, Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What I mean is, from today onwards, I'm no longer your teacher. You can do whatever you want. Suyu was very disappointed. Princess Qianyu was probably the same as the saying, mud can't hold up a wall. She had an unparalleled advantage, but she was defeated because of her cowardice. If this was just her temperament, then why did she forget about the evil King Pearl? To ensure that nothing would go wrong, he did not hesitate to lend her the evil King Pearl. Chapter 23-22. Because of his fear of Xianhua, because he was suppressed by her aura, he did not even think of using it. He will no longer be my teacher. Princess Qianyu was overjoyed, feeling the joy of regaining freedom. It was the first time in her life that she had felt so relaxed. Hearing the anger in Suyu's voice, Princess Qianyu did not care. She could not wait for him to leave. Who cared about him being her teacher? You have finally come out, Suyu. Xianhua floated down, staring at Suyu with a serious expression. Hey! Xianhua knew Suyu? Princess Qianyu was slightly surprised. But what surprised her even more was that the rest of the light envoys were looking at Suyu with complicated expressions. There was awe and fear. In short, besides the light envoys, no one dared to look at Suyu. It's been a long time, Xianhua. Suyu was not in a good mood. Xianhua looked at Princess Qianyu, then at Suyu. Your student is not very good. I think so too. Suyu sighed. A spar that could have been won had ended in complete defeat. Why don't we spar? Xianhua's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was looking forward to seeing if the space domain was as magical as the rumors said. There is no need. That is a battle between the Nightless Palace and the Light Palace. I am an outsider. Suyu rejected her politely. He did not think there was a need for a meaningless spar. Besides, there were too many people around. It was not a good time to spar. Is that so? Let me tell you a little secret. I will temporarily keep the time-fixing plate. Xianhua smiled as she twirled a lock of hair in front of her chest. Tell me, if I am not satisfied, will I still give the time-fixing plate to you? Xianhua was extremely intelligent and had already guessed that the one who needed the time-fixing plate was not the Nightless Empire, but Suyu. The time-fixing plate had been in the Light Palace for decades and had never been borrowed by the Nightless Empire. Why would Suyu want to borrow it when he had just arrived at the Nightless Empire? It was obvious that someone else needed it. Suyu had become Princess Qianyu's teacher. Xianhua could not help but wonder if that person was Suyu. Suyu did not deny it. He smiled bitterly and sighed. What a series of twists and turns. Fine, if you want to spar, I will grant you your wish. But let us find another place. That's exactly what I wanted. Suyu didn't want anyone to see his full power, but Xianhua didn't want that either. Most of their conversation was done through voice transmission. Thus, outsiders could only see the two of them looking at each other, but they didn't know what they were talking about. After a while, the two of them shifted their gazes. Xian Hua returned to the light emissary, while Su Yu walked toward the crowd. When he passed by Princess Chen Yu, he said indifferently, "Hand over the evil king bead." Princess Chen Yu immediately came to a realization. Right, how could I have forgotten about this? If he had made good use of it just now, he might not have lost. She patted her head in annoyance and regret. Really, how could she forget at such a crucial moment? Since Su Yu had demanded it, no matter how regretful she felt, she had no choice but to hand it over obediently. The spar between the Nightless Temple and the Emissary of Light came to an end. The fate of the Nightless Ming Palace being trampled under the feet of the Emissary of Light had not changed. Even so, the Nightless Temple was already extremely satisfied. After Princess Chen Yu returned, she immediately became the target of compliments from the members of the Nightless Temple. Amidst their celebration, the regret in Princess Chen Yu's heart dissipated, and she became triumphant. Seeing this, Su Yu shook his head. There was no such thing as a peerless expert in this world. If one's heart did not change, one would not be able to achieve great things, even if one had a peerless constitution. Su, everyone is sincerely happy for the princess. Why are you shaking your head? Mr. Yarrow, you had long been watching Su Yu. Seeing Su Yu's actions, he was indignant. Hearing this, a few members of the Nightless Temple looked over. They had long been jealous and dissatisfied with Su Yu. Seeing that he did not give the princess any face, how could they have a good attitude? Princess Chen Yu has brought great glory to the Nightless Temple. Everyone else is happy for her, so why are you shaking your head? Exactly, what's the point of pretending to be profound? I feel disgusted when I see him. Princess, is this person really your friend? How could there be such a friend who can't stand you? Princess Chen Yu did not dare say anything bad about Su Yu, so she said vaguely, "He has always been like this, it's okay." Humph. Mr. Yarrow Yu heard the grievance in Princess Chen Yu's words and was even more dissatisfied. He said, "Princess, rest for a while, I will seek justice for you." Yes. This kind of person, if we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know his place. The members of the Nightless Temple, who had long disliked Su Yu, all cast unfriendly looks at him. "Su, how about I challenge you to a duel?" Zhon Lai grinned, baring his teeth. Mr. Yarrow Yu also said, "Don't worry, we will not bully you with our numbers. We will give you a fair chance." In fact, if it had been any other time, Su Yu would not have bothered with them. But at this moment, Su Yu was in a very bad mood. And this was not the first time they had provoked him. "You want to spar with me?" Su Yu stood still, calmly looking at the members of the Nightless Temple. "Sure." The members of the Nightless Temple sneered. "Of course you can, do you think you have the right to refuse?" But who would have thought that Su Yu would say something else? "But I am not a troublesome person, so all of you can come at me together to save time." As soon as he said this, the group of members of the Nightless Temple laughed angrily. "Su, is your brain not working well? What nonsense are you spouting? Perhaps he is too used to being sheltered by women. He is too complacent. Haha, such a brainless person really needs our help to wake him up." Mr. Yarrow Yu smiled. "Don't worry, the Nightless Temple is not so shameless. We have agreed to a duel, so we will do it. I will go first." He led the way to the center of the square. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he said indifferently, "I told you to come at me together." As soon as he said this, the members of the Nightless Temple, who were secretly laughing at him, were enveloped by a shocking space energy. Then, just like Princess Chen Yu, they were transported by space. Everyone gathered around Mr. Yarrow Yu, standing in front of Su Yu. They were shocked. Wasn't this the divine technique of Princess Chen Yu's teacher, the space domain? Young Master Yarrow Yu, on the other hand, was shocked to the extreme. He cried out involuntarily, "You! You are," he did not say it out loud, because he could not believe it. Princess Chen Yu's teacher was Su Yu, who was about the same age as them. He looked at Princess Chen Yu and asked, "Princess, your teacher is Su Yu?" Princess Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, he used to be." Hearing this, Mr. Yarrow Yu was dumbfounded. Chapter 23:23. Haha, The Nightless Palace is a bunch of idiots. We were all challenged by Su Yu alone, let alone this bunch of trash from the Nightless Palace. The funny thing is, they want to challenge Su Yu alone. Why don't they look at themselves in the mirror? That's true. A peerless heaven ruler like Su Yu would definitely be treated with the utmost respect in the Palace of Light. It's laughable that in the Sleepless Empire, he's being provoked and mocked by a few insignificant people. I've learned a lot today. All these years, the Nightless Empire's talents have never been popular, and it's not without reason. Just look at the performance of these people. If they don't respect their talents, they won't be willing to work for them. Hearing this, Mr. Yarrow Yu's body stiffened. The other members of the Nightless Palace were equally shocked. Su Yu had challenged all the envoys of light alone. This couldn't be true. Princess Chen Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, staring at Su Yu in disbelief. She had never thought that Su Yu was anything special, and now she knew that he was a peerless heaven ruler. But she didn't believe it was true either. You want to challenge me, right? Are you all ready? Su Yu said calmly, looking at the members of the Nightless Palace in front of him. Mr. Yarrow Yu was startled, and 2 lines of sweat rolled down his forehead. He quickly waved his hands and said, Mr. Su, it's all a misunderstanding. The rest of the members of the Nightless Palace were also shocked. They were challenging the most terrifying heaven ruler present. They were insignificant people who couldn't even defeat Shenyan. But who was Su Yu? The peerless person who could suppress Shenyan and all the envoys of light alone. Su Yu had been sick of them for a long time. He silently raised a hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. You didn't misunderstand anything. As he spoke, he casually punched through the air. In an instant, a shocking pressure came crashing down. Mr. Yarrow Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly said, Quick, defend. Suddenly, they each displayed their own domains, joining forces to defend against this seemingly ordinary punch. Rumble, however, there was only the sound of several domains being torn apart, one after another. Their domains were like thin pieces of paper in front of a gale, and they were all torn into pieces. All the members of the Nightless Ming Palace, including young Master Yarrow Yu, had to endure the peerless power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. All of them coughed up blood and were heavily injured, lying on the ground and howling in pain. At this moment, the spectators from the Nightless Kingdom fell into dead silence. It was simply unbelievable. Almost all the hall members of the Nightless Ming Temple joined hands, but could not block a simple punch from a peer. Princess Chen Yu was also stunned. Su Yu had really crushed the entire Nightless Palace with a single punch. At this moment, Su Yu's position in her heart was magnified. He was the most well-hidden heavenly prodigy of this era. What young Master Yarrow Yu? What emissary of light? None of them could compare to him. All of a sudden, she thought of what Su Yu had said, and her heart tightened, while a sense of remorse filled her heart. The person with the calmest expression was the emissary of light. They had already witnessed Su Yu's true abilities. The fate of the Nightless Ming Palace was completely within their expectations. Hehe, asking for humiliation, Zheng Yuan mocked. Even Xian Hua cast a disappointed look at the Nightless Ming Palace. It's hard to believe that we have to work with such a person. Not only were they disappointed, but the people of the Nightless Kingdom were also extremely disappointed. Apart from Princess Chen Yu, the performance of the Nightless Ming Palace could only be described with one word: unsightly. Not only had they not brought glory to the Nightless Kingdom, but they had also embarrassed the Empire. Retracting his fist, Su Yu's expression did not change as he silently left the plaza. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him, their gazes filled with deep respect. Teacher Su, wait for me. Princess Chen Yu bit her lip and quickly chased after him. But Su Yu did not stop, nor did he turn back. He only said, I said, from today onwards, I am no longer your teacher. You are free. After saying this, he left alone. Princess Chen Yu stood where she was, feeling wronged and embarrassed. Didn't he think it was too much to treat her like this in front of everyone? Humph, what's so great about that? Princess Chen Yu secretly snorted. There were many powerful fighters in the Empire, and Su Yu's presence made no difference. A friendly exchange had ended in a unique way. The people of the Nightless Kingdom remembered the shocking talent of the envoy of light and light, but they also remembered the unknown silver-haired human. He was the one who would be remembered today. The next day, the monarch issued an order that shook the empire. From now on, the Nightless Ming Palace would be abolished, and the existing organizations of the Nightless Ming Palace would be disbanded immediately. From now on, there would be no more Nightless Ming Palace. At the same time, the former members of the Nightless Ming Palace, with the exception of Princess Chen Yu, were all sent to the border, never to return to the imperial city. In other words, they had even lost the right to participate in the Glaze ancient cave. The reason for this was that after the exchange ended, all the influential people who had personally witnessed the battle had denounced the incompetence and ugliness of the Nightless Ming Palace with righteous indignation. After learning about the embarrassing behavior of the Nightless Ming Palace, the monarch was so angry that he almost fainted. Hence, in a rage, he permanently abolished the Nightless Ming Palace and severely punished the members who had embarrassed the empire. But the monarch was even angrier because of Princess Chen Yu. He had put in a lot of effort to invite Su Yu to tutor her. The final result was also very satisfactory to the monarch. In just half a year, Princess Chen Yu had improved tremendously, and she had defeated the third-ranked envoy of Radiant Light, bringing glory to the royal kingdom. However, after hearing the scene of her battle with Shen Hua, as well as Su Yu's furious declaration that he would no longer care about her, she was furious. If he was the teacher, he would have ignored Princess Chen Yu as well. As the saying goes, mud can't help a wall, it's nothing more than this. What should have been a sure-win battle was actually a crushing defeat. And the reason for his defeat was because he lacked confidence. Pass the message to Su Yu. The monarch decided to persuade Su Yu to help his daughter again. At that moment, someone from the princess mansion came to report that Princess Chen Yu had lost her temper and had thrown all of Su Yu's belongings out of the princess mansion. Impudent! The monarch was enraged. If Su Yu found out about this, he would not be able to smooth things over even if he wanted to. Men, relay my orders. From today onwards, Princess Chen Yu is to be placed under house arrest. She is not to step out of her room. Yes. After giving his orders, the monarch was about to summon Su Yu again. But after thinking about it, he decided to meet Su Yu personally. He first summoned Xie Xiaoye to ask where Su Yu had gone. Xie Xiaoye did not hide anything. Shen Hua invited Su Yu to exchange pointers. I was just about to go. A battle with Shen Hua? The monarch was very interested. He really wanted to know how deep Su Yu's abilities were. Chapter 23-24. In a secret training field within the Imperial Palace. This place was surrounded by an exceptionally sturdy defense that was indestructible. Moreover, it had a very powerful shielding effect, so ordinary people would not be able to see through it. At this moment, Su Yu, Shen Hua, and Shen Yin were present. Both sides were preparing for the upcoming spar. Young Master Su, I hope you don't mind if I preside over your sparring matches. Shen Yin's lips curled into a faint smile. Su Yu took a look at her. How could he forget her hostile gaze when she looked at him in the crowd 2 months ago? I don't mind, Su Yu replied calmly. The hostility was nothing. The other emissaries of light had also cast hostile gazes at him. As long as she didn't overestimate herself. Mr. Su, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will hand over the time-fixing plate immediately. Shen Hua was looking forward to the battle with Su Yu. Even if she was defeated by Su Yu, she would still accept it. That would be for the best, Su Yu said calmly. In order to obtain the star positioning plate, he had experienced many twists and turns. First, he went to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to buy information. In the end, he was cheated of a sum of money. Then, he snuck into the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to steal information. They had obtained the information with great difficulty. The time-fixing plate had already fallen into the hands of the Radiant Palace. It took a lot of effort to obtain the help of the Nightless Kingdom's monarch, and only then was he able to borrow the star positioning plate. Unexpectedly, Shen Hua interfered, needing to exchange pointers first. Su Yu felt that his patience had run out. If Shen Hua still wanted to cause trouble in the future, then she really shouldn't blame him for losing his temper. Seeing Su Yu's slight displeasure, Xianhua said, "I, Xianhua, am a man of my word." "Let's start," Su Yu said. At this moment, Xie Xiaoye and the king walked over. "Hehe, just in time." Xie Xiaoye chuckled. She chose a good spot to watch the battle. The monarch smiled and nodded at Su Yu from afar. He even nodded at Xianhua and Xian Yin. When his gaze drifted past Xianhua, he did not do anything. He merely paused for a moment and curiously sized up Xianhua, the expert of the current generation whose name had shaken the leisurely civilization. But when his gaze landed on Xian Yin, his eyes suddenly stopped, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. However, he hid it very well. It was only for a fleeting moment before he looked away as if nothing had happened. On the stage, Su Yu and Xianhua had already finished their preparations. "Who's first?" Even though Xianhua seemed to be smiling, she was actually quite nervous. Facing Su Yu, who wore a calm expression, she felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on her. Su Yu said, "You go first." If someone else said this to Xianhua, they would probably think that they were overestimating themselves and arrogant. However, since it was said by Su Yu, Xianhua accepted it gladly. Against a space domain expert like Su Yu, he really could not underestimate him. "Be careful." Xianhua took out a brush with a golden tip and quickly drew a picture in the air. The painting depicted a sword formation. There was a total of 8 swords, and each sword was a Dao artifact. This was a Dao artifact that Xianhua had memorized after observing the Dao masters who used swords over the years. After that, he concentrated on his research and learned several types of sword formations. Coupled with a Dao artifact, the might of this sword formation could be imagined. Xie Xiaoye clicked her tongue. In a sense, this Xian painting is invincible. The monarch agreed. The uniqueness of the sword formation is that it can multiply the might of several swords. The might of this sword formation should far surpass the combined might of 8 swords. While the two of them were commenting, Xianhua had already finished drawing. The sword formation materialized from illusion. As Xianhua pointed the tip of the brush, the sword formation rustled like leaves blooming. It took on an oval shape and spread out in all directions, surrounding Su Yu's head. "Kill!" Xianhua bellowed. The 8 swords turned into 8 brilliant rays of light at the same time, revolving rapidly in their respective trajectories. The sword energy released in the process of revolving overlapped with each other and grew stronger. In a moment, 8 extremely terrifying sword energy had been formed. Each sword energy could kill a pathmaster at the level of a family master. At the beginning of the 8 sword energy, their might could be imagined. Swish, swish, swish. The 8 sword energy struck at the same time, producing a terrifying might. Xie Xiaoye could not help but worry for Su Yu. However, Su Yu was very calm. He released the space domain casually, and a layer of flickering folded space appeared around his body. Thud. The 8 sword energy pierced into the folded space. Their trajectories were forcibly changed, and they flew past Su Yu's body. Xianhua's pupils shrank. The space domain was indeed tricky. The divine technique attacking her could completely change its trajectory in a short time. Kill again. If the first attack didn't work, she would strike again. The sword formation shot out another 8 sword energy. Before all of them had been shot out, Xianhua continued to manipulate the sword formation, releasing powerful sword energy again and again. In a few breaths' time, the sky above the training ground was filled with terrifying thick sword energy. They attacked Su Yu from different directions, from different angles, and from different trajectories, like a violent storm. What was even more spectacular was that any sword energy shot at Su Yu would be shot out from another direction. After a moment, the sword formation drawn by Xianhua finally could not bear it anymore. It turned into a painting and collapsed. After all, it was not a real object. Once the special domain within it dissipated, it would naturally collapse as well. "Do you want to continue?" Su Yu did not fight back at all just now. If the painting created by Xianhua was only at that level, it would not be able to do anything to the space domain. Unless she could break the space domain. Of course, the more Xianhua fought, the more delighted she became. She had been in the Palace of Light for many years, but she had never found a worthy opponent. Although the destined woman was better than her, she had been in isolation for a long time. Kong Chu, who was second only to her, was much weaker than her. She was not a suitable opponent. Su Yu was the only one she had met so far. Destiny Spear. Xian Hua's eyes turned sharp. She quickly drew out an ice spear with barbs all over it. Unlike the sword-shaped doctrine artifact, this Destiny Spear emitted a shocking spiritual pressure. The 8 swords combined were not even 1/10 of this spear. The monarch was surprised. The Great Palace Master is really willing to let Xian Hua copy his own doctrine artifact. The Destiny Spear was the Great Palace Master's personal divine spear. Its power was extremely shocking. Pierce. Whoosh. The spear pierced forward, emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. The space domain on the surface of Su Yu's body flickered slightly. Su Yu finally made his move. Space folding infinitely. The space domain changed rapidly, becoming a strange place that kept overlapping. The Destiny Spear stabbed forward. Su Yu was very close, but he was folded into another space by the space domain. He finally got out of this space, only to be folded again. Then, the cycle would repeat itself again and again. Finally, the Destiny Spear collapsed. Xian Hua clenched her teeth and yelled, "Fine, I'll use my last move." "You really have to be careful." She had wanted to hold back, but now it seemed that if she did not show her true abilities, she could not do anything to Su Yu even if he stood still. Puff. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the tip of the brush, dyeing the golden tip of the brush red. When she drew again, she could vaguely feel an abnormal evil energy fluctuating. Under her lightning-fast drawing, a figure that made Su Yu's eyes turn cold appeared. On the contrary, the monarch was slightly confused. Who is that figure? It was obvious that Xian Hua wanted to depict the entire person clearly. But there seemed to be some kind of power that made Xian Hua's drawing only a vague outline. Xie Xiaoye was slightly shocked. What kind of person can't be drawn? Only Su Yu knew. Because not long ago, he had devoured a part of this person's soul. Yes, it was Prince Xiaoyaro. Although he did not have a specific face, the outline and the aura he emitted were unforgettable to Su Yu. However, Xian Hua probably did not depict Prince Xiaoyaro himself. Otherwise, she would not even be able to draw. How could a living being be able to depict the Prince of the Holy Mountain? However, what she was describing was not the second clone that Su Yu had killed. Who is this person? What is his name? Xian Hua said solemnly as she drew. 10 years ago, when I was traveling outside, I saw this person's figure from afar. He came from a faraway region, and he easily destroyed an abandoned 7-star civilization in front of him with a kick. In just an instant, the 7-star civilization was wiped out. All these years, I have been trying to draw him, but I could only draw the outline, Xian Hua said in confusion. Xian Hua said in confusion, I clearly remember his facial features, but every time I try to draw it in detail, there's always an invisible force that stops me. It makes me either make a mistake, or all kinds of accidents happen. For example, the brush suddenly breaks, or my hand suddenly trembles. Hearing her description, Xie Xiaoye and the monarch became solemn. How could such a strange thing happen? Destroying a 7-star civilization with a kick, and according to the description, it should have been effortless. Such a person must be the taboo of the taboo. But why would he appear in the East region? Didn't he only appear in the faraway 8-star civilization? Su Yu's calm face turned gloomy. He knew who the other party was, and he even knew why the other party had come. It was another clone sent by Prince Xiaoyaro to the East region to look for him. A great sense of danger suddenly descended upon them. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible, or else. So, this person is very dangerous. Su Yu, if you are no match for him, admit defeat immediately. Don't risk your life, Xian Hua said solemnly. Su Yu stared at the outline of Prince Xiaoyao's clone, and he could feel the strong threat it posed. But it was still within his acceptable range. Bring it on. Su Yu's body was filled with a layer of holy light, and layers of scales covered his whole body. At the same time, a dragon-shaped long sword appeared in his hand. Seeing the sword, the monarch's pupils shrank fiercely. The divine sword passed down by the dragon clan of the South region? He stared at Su Yu in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The South region was the most mysterious region outside the region, and it had always been a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among them, the one that was most talked about was the Dragon Clan. It was a place where strong men emerged in large numbers and intimidated the top civilizations outside the region. Especially tens of millions of years ago, after the fall of the previous Dragon Emperor, under the leadership of the new Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Clan civilization developed to its peak. Uncanny, top-notch almighties appeared in the clan one after another, suppressing all the beings outside the region. Chapter 23-25. In just tens of millions of years, the Dragon Clan had risen from a low-class 7-star civilization to a top-notch civilization. However, there was a rumor circulating in the outer world. It was said that the Dragon Clan's inherited sword, the Royal Dragon Sword, had never returned. The king of the Sleepless Empire did not believe this rumor. However, the Royal Dragon Sword in Su Yu's hands shocked him. How could it be in Su Yu's hands? The king was shocked. Looking at Su Yu's half-human, half-dragon form, he was even more confused. Could Su Yu not be a human, but from the faraway Dragon Clan? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. As he pondered, Xianhua manipulated the silhouette to attack. The silhouette did not seem to be proficient in any domain or divine techniques. It was merely a kick. However, it was this kick that the owner of the silhouette destroyed the entire 7-star civilization. The power exerted by the silhouette was not even a millionth of its owner's. However, with this kick, the seals of the entire secret training ground were shaking wildly as if they were about to shatter. The king's expression changed drastically. He had to act to maintain the seals. Otherwise, if the seals were really destroyed, the remaining power would leak out and harm the innocent. Staring at the kick, Su Yu's eyes were cold. "All right, I haven't tried the Royal Dragon Sword in a long time," Su Yu said in a low voice. The power of the Royal Dragon Sword was based on the purity of the dragon blood in the wielder's body. In the Palace of Light, he had been baptized in dragon blood. The dragon blood in his body was many times more than before. The power of the Royal Dragon Sword was unleashed. With a majestic roar of a dragon, the entire Royal Dragon Sword transformed into a dazzling golden dragon and rushed towards the silhouette that was crushing down on them. A foot and a dragon collided in the air, erupting with a terrifying power. It was almost at the level of Xia Yian. The seals in all directions were on the verge of collapse. The king exerted his great power to forcibly stabilize the seals. He was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had rushed over to watch the battle. Otherwise, without anyone to organize the battle, it would have caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, the silhouette formed by Xianhua was extremely unstable. After the kick, it lost its strength and collapsed. The golden giant dragon released by Su Yu gradually dimmed and turned back into the Royal Dragon Sword. The full force attack of the two seemed to be a draw. But in reality, I lost. "I admire you." Xianhua stared at the Royal Dragon Sword in Su Yu's palm. Although she was able to draw such a powerful outline, it was extremely unstable. On the other hand, Su Yu was able to continuously display the earth-shattering and majestic sword technique. If this was a battle of life and death, Su Yu would have already struck him with his sword. As for Xianhua, he didn't have the chance to draw the outline again. Su Yu put away the Royal Dragon Sword and glanced at the monarch. Although he was fighting Xianhua with all his strength, he could see the situation around him clearly. It seemed that the monarch recognized the sword. "Thank you for letting me win," Su Yu said to Xianhua as if nothing had happened. Xie Xiaoya's eyes were full of admiration. "Amazing. Both of them are pitilessly powerful." The king stood up and couldn't help but praise, "Within the same generation, there shouldn't be many who can defeat the two of you." "You flatter me, Your Majesty." The arrogant attitude between Xianhua's brows disappeared. After this battle, the arrogance in her heart had been greatly polished. Even someone as powerful as Su Yu kept a low profile. What right did a loser like her have to be arrogant? After the battle, Xianhua kept her promise. She took out a space storage device and handed it to Su Yu. "Time-fixing plate. Please check it." Su Yu let out a long breath. He had finally gotten it. However, just as Su Yu was about to reach out to take it, Xian Yin, who was standing at the side and presiding over the battle, suddenly attacked without warning. Heaven and earth, suppress. Suddenly, the four words heaven, and earth, suppressed Xian Hua. Xian Yin's attack was sudden and unexpected. Xian Hua was caught off guard and was suppressed on the spot. When her body couldn't move, she loosened her grip and the space storage device was snatched away. Xian Yin, what are you doing? Xian Hua turned to look and saw Xian Yin holding the space storage device, a twisted smile on her face. I finally got it. Xian Hua shuddered. You are not Xian Yin. Who are you? Hee hee. Xian Yin laughed coldly and turned to rush out. However, she had no choice but to stop after taking one step. Her eyes were solemn as she looked at the seemingly empty exit. An enormous net that was weaved with extremely thick energy of a Daolord had suddenly been set up at the exit. If someone accidentally touched it, they would be stuck to it and unable to move. I knew there was something wrong with you. The Emperor of the Nightless Empire teleported to the exit and looked at Xian Yin coldly. Others might not have noticed it, but he could vaguely feel a dark aura lurking in Xian Yin's body. That power didn't belong to the Palace of Light. Therefore, he had secretly made preparations to seal the exit. As expected, the aura in her body was up to no good. It was trying to snatch the time-fixing plate. In the past, when she was with Xian Hua, the owner of this aura didn't know where to start. Not only was Xian Hua very vigilant, but Deputy Palace Master Lu was always by her side to protect her. Only now, when Xian Hua was relaxed, did she find the perfect opportunity. So what if I saw it? You, Xiao Lifeng? Unless the Palace Master of the Palace of Light is here. Unexpectedly, the owner of the aura didn't panic. Instead, he was fearless and didn't fear Xiao Lifeng at all. Xiao Liefeng's eyes were cold. If I'm not wrong, you are hunting shadow. A junior like you doesn't have the right to speak to me like this. Suddenly, the entire training ground was enveloped by an extremely sinister aura. Hehe, if my disciple doesn't have the right, then as his master, I should have the right. Crash, in an instant, all the seals in the training ground were shattered. Tens of thousands of ghostly shadows descended and pounced toward Xiao Lifeng. Each of the ghostly shadows was at the level of a half-path master. With tens of thousands of ghostly shadows, Su Yu and Xian Hua couldn't handle them at all. Retreat. Xiao Liefeng's eyes were solemn. The master of the sword-seeking pavilion has come personally. Open heaven 10 stars. Xiao Lifeng roared, displaying his powerful domain for the first time. 10 resplendent stars released a brilliance comparable to the sun and moon. Under the cover of the brilliance, everything was vanishing. Especially those ferocious ghostly shadows, as if they had met their nemesis, fleeing in a panic. Taking advantage of the moment when the two great figures were fighting, a black shadow suddenly leapt out from Xian Yin's body, taking the space storage artifact with it as it escaped. Su Yu's eyes were ice cold. He was truly enraged. He had gone to great lengths to obtain the time-fixing plate, but someone from the sword-seeking pavilion had appeared at the last moment to plot to snatch it. Were they purposely trying to oppose him? Trying to escape? Su Yu summoned the royal dragon sword and slashed. It was no weaker than Hunting Shadow's power just now. But strangely, Hunting Shadow was unscathed. It was as if Su Yu's sword had struck thin air. Hehe, do you think you can do anything to me with that little ability of yours? I'll gladly accept the time-fixing plate. Hunting Shadow laughed in disdain. Su Yu's eyes were calm. Isn't it just a secret technique of the soul? The so-called Black Shadow was not a physical entity, but an application of the secret technique of the soul. It was just very strange, and ordinary people couldn't tell. But Su Yu had mastered the law of the soul. He could see the clues with a closer look. Chumph, so what if you can tell? You don't deserve to keep me here. Hunting Shadow was shocked. Someone had seen through him? But he was fearless. As a soul body, no physical attack could do anything to him. Su Yu did not say a word, his palms forming seals. At that moment, an identical Su Yu walked out of his body, as if he was a duplicate. Whoosh, the duplicate Su Yu was naturally Su Yu's soul. Having cultivated to the undead soul realm, His soul had become terrifyingly solid. He had never had the chance to use it, but now he had a chance to use it. With the help of the space domain, Su Yu's soul teleported behind Hunting Shadow, casually punching toward his back. Hunting Shadow sneered. "You dare come out of your body to fight me? You're really looking for death." The body was the armor, and the soul was the heart. Leaving the armor and coming out to fight with the heart alone was asking for death. As Hunting Shadow fled, he casually counterattacked. Crash, the scene of Su Yu's soul being scattered by a palm did not occur. Instead, a terrifying destructive force came from Su Yu's soul, spreading from his palm to his entire body. Hunting Shadow let out a cry of pain, as if his body was being cut by tens of thousands of knives. The Sword Seeker Pavilion Master, who was fighting Xiao Lifeng, had just realized that his beloved disciple had been brutally killed in the soul aspect that he specialized in. "Insolent child, you're asking for death." The Sword Seeker Pavilion Master threw out a ghostly shadow. Xiao Lifeng was also shocked. Not only had Su Yu's physique been trained to the extreme, but even his soul was unimaginably strong. Xianhua was also shocked. She had thought that sword technique was the pinnacle of Su Yu's abilities. Now it seemed that was just the tip of the iceberg. Just how strong was this man? But before the Sword Seeker Pavilion Master could attack Su Yu, he had to ask Xiao Lifeng first. "Haha, shameless old thing, you have the face to attack a junior." Xiao Lifeng snorted. With a shake of his sleeves, several small swords flew out, chasing after the ghostly shadows and killing them one by one. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu activated the soul energy in his body, pouring it into his fist. Puff, with a horrible shriek, Hunting Shadow's soul was torn into pieces, turning into black shadows. However, it did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it continued to flee in all directions. A normal soul would have died on the spot from the disintegration. Hunting Shadow was different, but the number of souls that could escape from Su Yu could be counted on one hand. Hunting Shadow was clearly not one of them. Soul devouring. Su Yu's forehead opened, and a boundless vortex sucked in all the escaping souls. Hunting Shadow finally felt fear, dozens of fragments shouting at the same time, "Master, save me." Seeing this, the Sword Seeker Pavilion Master was furious. "How dare you? Don't give me the chance to grind your bones to dust." The number of people who wanted to grind Su Yu to dust was probably enough to fill a small civilization. Chapter 23-26. Whoosh! Su Yu increased his devouring power, and all of the pitch-black shadows were devoured. Having failed to protect his disciple, the master of the Sword Seek Pavilion flew into a rage. He charged toward Su Yu, disregarding everything else. Even if Xiao Lifeng found an opening in his back and ruthlessly attacked him, die. The sword-seeking Pavilion Master's murderous intent was shocking. He lifted his finger and pointed at Su Yu. All of a sudden, Su Yu was surrounded by layers of ghost shadows, which were crazily gnawing at his body. Demons and monsters. Su Yu was fearless. If Xiao Lifeng were to attack him like this, he would still be a little afraid. But manipulating ghosts to deal with him was like a fat pig running into a butcher's house. Su Yu drew out the crystal sword with his left hand and activated it. Intense limitless karmic flame gushed out. As Su Yu swept his sword horizontally, the flaming arc completely evaporated the ghost shadows on his body. Just as he was about to defend against the Sword Seek Pavilion Master's fury with all his might, his figure suddenly turned, and he grabbed the space storage artifact that Su Yu did not have the time to take away, then quickly escaped. From afar, he spat out a few words of resentment. "Brat, I'll remember you." Xiao Liefeng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly instructed Su Yu and Xianhua, "Ask for the palace's protection quickly, and don't take even half a step out of the palace." He himself was chasing after the Sword Seek Pavilion Master with all his might. They couldn't afford to lose the star-fixing plate. This was the possession of the Palace Lord of the Light Palace. It was not easy for her to lend it to him. If he lost it just like that, what would the Palace Lord of the Light Palace think? Would the cooperation that they had worked so hard to establish continue? Of course not. Xiao Liefeng's heart sank. Damn it, I was too careless. In reality, when he had secretly reached an agreement with the Light Palace, he had already considered that the Sword Seeker Pavilion would not let the matter rest. If the two of them worked together, the sword-seeking pavilion would definitely be at a disadvantage once the Glaze ancient cave opened. Therefore, the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion might come to destroy the cooperation. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly, and it was even the master of the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion himself. Su Yu's heart also sank. He stared at the empty sky. He couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Seek Sword Pavilion. Su Yu had a sullen feeling, as if someone had plucked his peaches. He had painstakingly obtained the time-fixing plate, but it was snatched away midway. Don't worry, young Master Su. Xian Hua had a strange smile on her face. She was treating Xuanin's injuries. Xuanin's soul had been weakened after being occupied by someone for a long period of time. After a short period of treatment, she had recovered a lot. Xian Hua stood up and smiled faintly. Xianyin is my older sister. How can a younger sister not be able to tell that my older sister's actions and words are completely different? Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. You mean, Xian Hua smiled faintly and said, I've been observing Xuanin's changes. I've guessed that someone might have taken over her body, but I'm not sure. That's why I didn't alert the enemy. As she spoke, Xian Hua withdrew a new spatial storage artifact and said, So, I used an empty spatial storage artifact to test it out. In the end, Hunting Shadow really did show his fox's tail, and he seized the spatial ring and fled. Su Yu's emotions were undulating like a mountain range, and it was difficult for him to conceal the joy in his heart. Taking a look at the spatial storage device, Han Li saw a mountainous compass with strange runes engraved on it. Judging from its appearance, it was indeed the time-fixing plate. Thank you. Su Yu was extremely grateful. Luckily, Xian Hua was smart and had kept a trick up her sleeve. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was my older sister's carelessness, Xian Hua said. It was only right for me to take precautions. Xianyin lowered her head in shame. She had almost committed a grave mistake. Su Yu glanced at Xianyin and said, Since it's over, it's fine. But if the Sword Seeker Pavilion Master finds out the truth, he'll probably hate me even more. Xian Hua covered her mouth and laughed. Then you better pray for your own good. The Sword Seeker Pavilion Master and his disciple, Hunting Shadow, had painstakingly set this up for a long time. In the end, not only had they failed to obtain the time-fixing plate, their disciple had perished on the spot. It was truly a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. On the other side, Xiao Lifeng had been chasing after the Sword Seeker Pavilion Master, only giving up unwillingly when the latter had escaped back into the territory of the Sword Seeker Pavilion. His heart was heavy. All because of a single mistake, he had lost the entire game. At that moment, Xiao Lifeng received a message from Su Yu. Seeing the contents of the message, Xiao Lifeng was stunned for a moment. He then looked in the direction of the Sword Seeker Pavilion and could not help but laugh. That old man's expression must be worse than if he ate a dead person, right? Inside the Sword Seeker Pavilion. The Sword Seeker Pavilion Master, who had finally escaped from Xiao Lifeng, chuckled. Xiao Lifeng, let's see how you deal with this. Only then did he have the time to examine the space storage device. In the end, he could no longer laugh. There was no time-fixing plate, not even a blade of grass. After a moment of shock, he realized that he had been tricked. His face instantly flushed red, and then turned ashen. He clenched his fists, the veins on his face contorting in anger. He looked exceptionally ferocious. Little bastard, I will make sure you die a horrible death. In a rage, he returned to the Sword Seeker Pavilion. He had no time to deal with the administrative affairs of the Sword Seeker Pavilion that had accumulated over the past few months, so he hurried to the training grounds. Inside, a man sat cross-legged, his face full of weakness. That silhouette was exactly the same as Hunting Shadow. He was Hunting Shadow's body. Yinger, how are you? However, the body, which had clearly lost its soul, opened its eyes, which were filled with hatred. Terrible. I've lost a third of my soul. It turned out that Hunting Shadow was not the entirety of his soul, only a third. The Sword Seeker Pavilion Master's face turned pale, his hatred deepening. Hunting Shadow had lost so much of his soul, and his abilities had plummeted. He, who was almost certain that he could enter an 8-star civilization, was now uncertain. Men, investigate all the information on that little bastard. I, the ghost teacher, swear that if I do not personally kill this person, I will be struck by lightning, the ghost teacher roared. Hunting Shadow creased his brows. At his master's level, it was better not to swear carelessly. Otherwise, he would be easily influenced by the will of the unseen world. If he did not succeed, it might really come true. Let me do it. Hunting Shadow's eyes were filled with a cold intent. When we meet again in the Glaze Ancient Cave, I hope he still dares to appear in front of me as a soul. On the other side, Su Yu, who had obtained the time-fixing plate, immediately went into seclusion to use it. He took out the sinful lady's soul crystal and placed it in the center of the time-fixing plate. Then, he activated the time-fixing plate with his primordial force. With the influx of a large amount of energy, the time-fixing plate underwent an obvious change. The needle on the plate spun quickly, pausing every 10 minutes. When it paused, the needle would point to a symbol. Just like that, it paused 8 times in a row, pointing to 8 symbols. Those symbols represented various meanings. Su Yu had learned about the meaning of each symbol from the intelligence of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Soon, he translated the 8 symbols, and the result was a sentence. Far away on the horizon, but close at hand. Seeing these 8 words, Su Yu had an urge to destroy the time-fixing plate. Couldn't things like the sky inquiring well and the time-fixing plate explain things clearly? Far away on the horizon, but close at hand, it made him even more confused. Su Yu could not understand the meaning of these words. The sky inquiring well had said very clearly that the sinful Lady Palace was in an 8-star civilization. But the time-fixing plate had said that it was both far away and close at the same time. You're really playing with me. Su Yu bared his teeth. After going around in a big circle, it turned out that the time-fixing plate had said nothing. I really shouldn't have pinned my hopes on these things. Su Yu sighed deeply. Of course, although he said that, he already had some confidence in his heart. At least he knew that he was not far from the sinful Lady Palace. Phew. Next, I can rest assured and train in the Glaze Ancient Cave ahead. I'm ready. Su Yu took out all the treasures he had, preparing to count them or refine them again. After picking and choosing, most of the treasures were classified as giving up. There was only one treasure, and Su Yu felt it was a pity to give it up. That was the Heavenly Law's Death Eye. As the Holy Mountain's heavenly sun, the eye of the nine-tailed fox, this Heavenly Law's Death Eye was filled with an extremely intense death domain. But for some reason, its power was very limited. Su Yu had used 10,000 drops of ordinary Pathmaster's blood to activate it, and it could only kill one ordinary Pathmaster. At present, it was far from meeting his needs, so Su Yu wanted to refine it again. Refining it meant changing part of the eye's power. After thinking about it, Su Yu took out the boundless karmic flame golden sword that he had just used. This sword had given birth to the boundless karmic flame, which had helped Su Yu a lot. However, Su Yu already had the royal dragon sword and the sinful sword, the 2 strongest swords. The grade of this sword was far from being able to keep up, and it was completely useless. It was better to strip off the boundless karmic flame and integrate it into this Heavenly Law's Death Eye. Without hesitation, Su Yu used his strong physique to forcefully crush the sword. Within the sword, a golden thunder flame the size of a broad bin flickered and extinguished. This was the boundless karmic flame. Su Yu carefully integrated the boundless karmic flame into the Heavenly Law's Death Eye. He had already expected that the integration process would not be smooth. After all, this eye came from the Holy Mountain's heavenly sun. Even though the owner of the eye had been dead for many years, it was still a taboo existence. Therefore, before the official start, he had made several defensive preparations to avoid being accidentally injured. Kai. When the boundless karmic flame fell on the Heavenly Law's Death Eye, a faint sound was heard. Hey! Su Yu only now discovered that there was a thin film on the surface of the eye that he had never noticed before. The thin film could not be seen clearly with any eye technique, and it could not even be felt when touched. It was only at this moment that the boundless karmic flame burned the thin film, and Suyu was horrified. Could it be the heavenly law's death eye's self-protection? Suyu had always been puzzled. The power of the heavenly law's death eye was not as strong as he had imagined. Now it seemed that this thin film had blocked most of the power. When the thin film was completely burned, the heavenly law's death eye radiated an unusually dazzling emerald light. The dim light was breathtaking, like the ruler of death, quietly watching him. Even Suyu himself could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. What surprised Suyu even more was that a pupil had been born on the heavenly law's death eye. Chapter 23-27. The death eye of the heavenly law that Suyu had obtained used to be the 9-jade spiritual pearl. For a long time, he had used it purely as a space storage device. He had never thought that it would be a living thing. Being stared at by that pupil, Suyu's hair stood on end, and his heart thumped wildly. At this moment, Suyu felt as if he was looking into a bottomless abyss, and there was an eye in the abyss looking at him quietly. That kind of invisible panic spread to every corner of his soul, making him panic. Fortunately, the pupils turned slightly and shifted to another place. Only then did Suyu's inner fear gradually dissipate, and his heart gradually relaxed. What a terrifying eye! Suyu was secretly shocked. This was the real death eye of the heavenly law. The power of the death eye of the heavenly law that he had used in the past was probably not even a fraction of it. Suyu's heart moved, and he tried to take out 10,000 drops of the Pathmaster's blood and inject them into the eye. The pupil turned again, and a layer of dark ripples spread deep in the pupil. It was this ripple that could destroy the enemy invisibly and kill ordinary Pathmasters. No changes. Suyu could not help but be disappointed. The real death eye of the heavenly law could not be activated by some Pathmaster's blood. However, at this moment, the black ripple was mixed with a faint golden thunder flame. It was the boundless karmic flame. However, it was much weaker than before. Because of the burning of the thin film, it had consumed a lot of energy. In the end, not only did it not strengthen the death eye of the heavenly law, but it also lost the power of the boundless karmic flame. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening muffled thunder exploded for no reason. And it exploded precisely towards the cave where Suyu was. The thunderous power contained in the muffled thunder was extremely terrifying, far more than any thunderbolt Suyu had ever seen before. It was not a pure thunderbolt power, but a very high-level thunderbolt domain. Rumble. The thunder rumbled down, and the ancient seal above the palace that had been operating for 10,000 years could not withstand it at all, and was smashed on the spot. The thunder fell vertically and landed on the cave where Suyu was. In an instant, the cave was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a huge bottomless abyss. The remaining thunder arcs swam in it, lingering for a long time. And Suyu had long disappeared. Sensing the huge commotion, the monarch's expression changed drastically as he rushed over. What he saw made him shudder with fear. Is this an elemental level domain? The monarch stared at the remnant lightning bolts and took a deep breath. The same domain was divided into 4 levels according to its strength: beginner, middle, advanced, and yuan level. As one of the 3 powerhouses of the Colored Glaze civilization and one of the top powerhouses in the entire western region, the monarch's domain level was only at the intermediate level. Even the current heaven-defying dragon emperor of the powerful Dragon Clan civilization was only at the advanced realm. Yuan realm wasn't something that should exist in the outer realms. Moreover, to launch a domain from the outer realms, it had to traverse countless spaces. Who is the one who unleashed the Thunderbolt domain? The monarch was shocked. Concealing the shock in his heart, the monarch looked around and realized where the abyss was originally located. His heart skipped a beat, as if he had missed a beat. Suyu! Suyu! He shouted as he scanned the area. However, the only reply he got was the sizzling sound of the lightning arcs exploding. His heart sank. Even though he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't have survived the Yuan level domain, let alone Suyu. Even if Suyu was proficient in the space domain, his domain was only at the beginner level. Under the Yuan level domain, the beginner level domain couldn't withstand a single blow. There was no way Suyu could have survived. What a pity. A genius of his generation died in the Yuan-level domain just like that. The monarch sighed, truly feeling sorry for Su Yu. Once a space domain expert matured, his future potential would be unimaginably terrifying. Swish, 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 numerous powerhouses hurried over. Among them were Xie Xiaoye, Wu Xin Tai Hu, and Princess Chen Yu. Father, what's going on? The muffled thunder just now must have alarmed half of the empire. There was no way Princess Chen Yu didn't know about it. The monarch's eyes were filled with sorrow. Your teacher has passed away. Huh? Princess Chen Yu blinked her eyes, feeling inexplicably relieved. It was as if the rock hanging over her heart had finally been lifted. On the other hand, Xie Xiaoye stared blankly at the remnant lightning arcs. Yuan-level thunderbolt domain. Strangely, she recognized the thunderbolt. The monarch couldn't help but look at Xie Xiaoye strangely. He didn't expect this woman to recognize it. It is indeed an Yuan-level domain. Wu Xin Tai who stood where he was with a complicated expression. Looking at the boundless abyss, he slowly said, if the target of this domain was the colored glaze civilization, it would have been reduced to ashes by now. The monarch nodded his head lightly in agreement. The terror of an Yuan-level domain couldn't be described with words. If one had to compare it, it was probably equivalent to a kick from the forbidden being that Xianhua had encountered. Under such an attack, could Su Yu still survive? Impossible, right? Xie Xiaoye only regained her senses after a long while. Realizing that this was where Su Yu lived, her eyes lost focus. Shaking her head, she said, this joke isn't funny at all. Why would an Yuan-level domain appear, and why would the domain coincidentally attack Su Yu? She didn't want to admit or accept this abnormally cruel reality. Wu Xin Tai who sighed softly. My condolences. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. She had once thought that she might have found someone who shared the same ideals. But now, everyone had different feelings. Unbeknownst to them, in a faraway mountain, the sky was suddenly torn apart. Lightning bolts danced like wild snakes, shattering the mountains. In an instant, the world was a sea of fire. Bang! A huge cauldron suddenly fell from the torn sky, smashing into the ground and cracking it. The fire burned for a whole month. When the flames subsided, everything was charred. Only the cauldron was unscathed. Pop! Suddenly, the cauldron shook, and a person emerged from it. That person was none other than Su Yu. As the lightning descended, Su Yu's destiny law kept sending out intense warnings. In this critical situation, Su Yu took out the divine nine-dragon cauldron without hesitation and jumped into it to hide. At the same time, he activated the time law and the space domain, trying to move the divine nine-dragon cauldron to its original spot. In the end, the divine nine-dragon cauldron was still struck by the terrifying thunder domain. Fortunately, the divine nine-dragon cauldron was really indestructible, and it didn't suffer any damage. Under the influence of time and space, the divine nine-dragon cauldron and a portion of the remnant lightning arcs were moved to this place. Although he had escaped, Su Yu didn't feel good. The surface of his body was charred black, and his chest was charred. Many of his internal organs were damaged, and his life force was rapidly weakening. And all of this was because Su Yu had opened the 30-foot small world. Chapter 23-28. Even so, he was still unconscious in the divine nine-dragon cauldron for more than a month. This was something that had never happened before. What was that thunderbolt realm about? It seemed very powerful. Su Yu recalled the scene at that time, and he could not help but feel a lingering fear. He did not understand why the thunderbolt realm would suddenly appear without warning. Sizzle. As he was thinking, something in his palm made a strange sound. Su Yu looked down and was so shocked that he almost dropped the thing in his hand. He saw that in the pupil of the heavenly law's death eye, there was a tiny electric arc, the size of an embroidery needle, swimming. That lightning arc was none other than the remnant of the lightning domain from before. However, what was different was that the electric arc, which should have been pale white, was now showing a faint hint of gold. Not only did it not threaten Su Yu, but there was also a faint spiritual connection. Could it be? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat as an incredible thought popped into his mind. Boundless karmic flame, come out. He tried to communicate with it, and the electric arc of the embroidery needle flew out from the eyeball. It was as he had expected. The remnant electric arc merged with the boundless karmic flame and became something under Suyu's control. Staring at the electric embroidery needle, Suyu's heart was filled with joy. Although it was only the size of an embroidery needle, its power was bound to be earth-shattering. If it was used, even a pathmaster like Xia Yian would probably be turned into ashes. And a pathmaster like the monarch of the Empire of Nightless would be severely injured at the very least. If used properly, it could even kill him. Of course, the power of this electric arc would be greatly reduced after each use, and it might even dissipate immediately. Therefore, it had to be used at a critical moment. What an unexpected gain! Suyu grinned. This grin tugged at the burnt muscles at the corners of Suyu's mouth, and he could not help but grimace in pain. Hiss, let's heal my body first. Suyu immediately used the law of life to quickly heal his severely burned body. Unexpectedly, when the life force entered his body, it was met with an unusually strong resistance. It devoured most of the life force, leaving only a small portion for Suyu to heal. What's going on? He looked inside his body, and with a glance, his heart was in his throat again. His bloodline was filled with thunder and lightning. Lightning was not as powerful as the lightning domain, but it had the same aura as the lightning domain. It was obvious that these thunderbolts had been absorbed by Suyu's body after he had been struck by the thunderbolt. The thunderbolts fused with his blood vessels and became a part of his body. He thought for a moment and tried to punch the air. As a result, a layer of flickering lightning arcs immediately appeared on the surface of his fist. When the lightning arc touched the outside world, it immediately tore the space apart. Suyu was startled. The power of the lightning arcs wasn't weak, and any of the pathmasters at the level of family masters would be destroyed by the lightning on the spot if they were struck by it. Even people at Xia Yian's level had to be wary of him. It was conceivable that if Suyu cooperated with the heavenly dragon Taoist body, the effect of the thunder arc would be maximize. Any random punch from him would be enough to make those experts suffer. Although it was dangerous this time, I still gained a lot, Suyu thought to himself. Gazing at the heavenly law's eye of death in his palm, Suyu felt that the thunderbolt had most likely been triggered by the burning of the membrane on the surface of the heavenly law's eye of death. However, whose domain did it belong to? An 8-star civilization. In a vast area of boundless darkness, ancient coffins were scattered all over the place. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the world. In the depths of the darkness, there was no light. To be precise, there was some kind of existence that devoured all things that had light. Creak. Suddenly, the rough sound of chains rubbing against each other sounded without warning. It was followed by a dull murmur. I finally found it, the heavenly law's eye of death. The voice seemed to come from a box, and it was low and gloomy, making it sound even colder. The day of this demon master's freedom has arrived. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning appeared without any warning, illuminating the darkness for a brief moment. For a brief moment, a huge blood-red ancient coffin was firmly locked on a huge dragon skeleton by 18 iron chains. Then, the world fell into deep darkness again. Colored glaze civilization. At the border of the Nightless Empire, Suyu transformed into his half-dragon body. However, compared to the golden dragon scales of the past, some of the scales were pale white. After several months, not only did he restore his body to its peak, but he also skillfully used the power of thunder absorbed in his body. Now he could turn them into scales and attach them to the surface of his body. Together with the Sky Dragon Taoism body, it could play an unexpected role. After the training, Suyu was quite satisfied with his current body. He looked up in the direction of the Nightless Empire, then slowly turned around and walked towards the border of the Nightless Empire, the Palace of Light, and the sword-seeking pavilion. There was a city there named Liuli City. This city was jointly built by the three parties, and they all sent strong men from their respective forces to guard it. The purpose was to guard the largest ancient relic of the colored glaze civilization, the Glaze Ancient Cave. Calculating the time for the opening of the Glaze Ancient Cave was approaching. Suyu did not want to miss out on all the rumors about it. A few days later. Lioli City. Su Yu hesitated for a while outside the city, then moved his bones slightly, making his body taller and larger. At the same time, a faint layer of thunder emerged on the surface of his body, wrapping his whole body in it. From the outside, Su Yu's true appearance could not be seen at all. Only then did he step into Lioli City. Unexpectedly, the city was unusually lively. There were many vendors coming and going, and there were all kinds of shops in the city. It turned out that because of the existence of the Glaze ancient cave, there were many more spiritual objects in the vicinity than in other places. For tens of millions of years, people often came here to search for treasures of heaven and earth. Over time, Lioli City became lively. Bang! Bang! As soon as he entered the city, Su Yu heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the city, and he could faintly hear the cheers of the residents of Lioli City. Haha, Lioli City is finally going to be lively. The heaven rulers of the three great forces have all entered the city. Look, they've only been here for a few days, and they're already beaten to a pulp. How exciting! The most pitiful is the representative of the Nightless Empire. How miserable! Su Yu heard this and did not want to pay attention. He really did not want to care about the group of people from the Nightless Temple of the Nightless Empire. But then he realized that something was wrong. The Nightless Temple had been suppressed, so how could they still be here as a representative? Curious, Su Yu walked over to take a look. He found a man and a woman fighting each other. Su Yu did not know the man, but his domain was somewhat dark, similar to that of the master of the sword-seeking pavilion. His identity was undoubtedly that of the sword-seeking pavilion. As for the other woman, Su Yu did not even have the interest to look at her. He turned and left.